Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. We are going to get started here pretty soon. If you are over here watching us on YouTube or social, head over to artstreamathon.com so that you can participate in the chat. We're going to be giving away some prizes today, and you can only be eligible to win if you are live with us on artstreamathon.com. So to get us started today, why don't you pop into the chat and let us know where you are watching from. My name is Carrie Stober, and I am the project manager at Streamline Publishing. We are the publishers of Plein Air Magazine and Fine Art Connoisseur Magazine, and we are partnering today with Artists for Lahaina to bring you this event. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today and to help us help those who have been affected by the wildfires in Maui. So first up today, we do want to give away, we have a landscape bundle of art instruction videos that we would like to give away. So the very first person to win that bundle today is going to be Susan Hunter-Geis. Congratulations, Susan. Second is going to be M. Crossland, and third will be Elaine Miller. So if you could pop into the chat and type "I'm here," let us know that you are here, because you do have to be present to win. And then if you could send an email to winner@streamlinepublishing.com, that way we can be sure to get those prizes over to you. Congratulations to Susan, M, and Elaine. And we are going to be right back in just a moment to get the show started. We will see you guys soon.
She might stand no more, but I know for sure. She might stand no more, but I know she will rise, she will rise, she will rise again, she will rise. Like the sun is sure to shine, like the ocean's changing tide. Till that day, my heart is in the sands of old Lahaina. It's in the sands of old Lahaina.
On August 8th, a wildfire started uphill from the town of Lahaina in Maui. Fanned by the winds of Hurricane Dora, the fire forced thousands of residents to flee and claimed the lives of many. The fire burned through 80% of Lahaina town, including all of the historic waterfront. Thousands are still displaced, and the effort to restore the town will take years. Lahaina hosted a thriving art community and welcomed artists from all over the world, so hundreds of artists from far and wide have responded by donating paintings for a virtual auction. With $1 million in art donated and all proceeds going to Maui, you can play a role in the town's recovery by buying a painting from the Artists for Lahaina auction. You can also give to Maui Pona Foundation, a direct relief nonprofit started by Lahaina families after the fire. Thank you for joining us today to hear more.
In the sands of Lahaina.
Welcome to the Artists for Lahaina STREAMATHON, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Eric Rhodes, and I'm the founder of Fine Art Connoisseur and Plein Air magazine. But that's not why we're here today. We're here to honor the families in Lahaina, to raise money for the families in Lahaina. And today I'm going to be co-hosted with John Burton and Kathleen Hudson, two of the artists who helped start this effort. Just over 10 days ago, they asked for a meeting and asked that we help them raise money for the Lahaina families, which of course we agreed to do in an auction. But a little brainstorming later, and we developed this idea of a worldwide streamathon with thousands of people watching, not only to raise money, but to raise awareness and to show solidarity for the people in Maui. We want to draw attention to the art auction. We want to raise money, but we want to go deeper than that. We want you to hear the stories. We want you to hear how lives have been disrupted, because quite frankly, it could have happened to any of us. So we have thousands of people from around the world who are watching, and we hope that you'll interact in the chat. You'll tell us where you're watching from. You're going to have a chance to interact. You're going to have a chance to win prizes. And there are going to be people watching live, and there's people watching in replay later. And we hope that each of you will consider a bid in the auction. This is actually an opportunity to own artworks by some of the great masters of our time and own them for reasonable prices. And it's also an opportunity to donate a little bit of money. If you don't win in the auction and you are going to bid anyway, give something, anything you can afford to give, $5, $10, whatever, anything is going to help. We want you to show your support. Before we go further, there are so many organizations who are sponsors of this event who have donated their time and their resources to make others aware. And I'd like to pull up that slide now and just thank all of the people who are here who have offered to help, because there's so many of them, and we won't name them all, but they're all on the slide. And so I want to thank you. We asked people to put their competitive differences aside. We reached out to everybody, and we asked them to work with us on this, and many chose to do so. So please give your support to those organizations who are participating. And of course, you can learn more about them at artistsforlahaina.com. We also want you to be involved. So please stay active in the chat. We don't know how long this is going to go. It's not going to go 24 hours, I guarantee you that. But it's going to go for the next couple hours, maybe a little longer. And we have lined up a lot of great artists. We have volunteers working in the chat. We have people working behind the scenes in technology, operating the streams and building websites and interacting with people, producing the event. It takes a lot of people to put something like this on. And we would like to thank all of them. Again, too many to mention, but thank you all. Now I'd like to introduce to you two artists who are really behind this event, John Burton and Kathleen Hudson. Now, we have spent an enormous amount of time together the last 10 days. You cannot imagine the amount of time and effort these people have put in from the moment they decided to do an auction. They're going to tell you all about that. And then the moment we decided to do a streamathon. By the way, to do something like this for us takes us 8 months, 10 months, and 50 people. And to pull all of this together and to be making phone calls and coordinating things and gathering videos and scheduling people, it's just been a monstrosity of a project. And so congratulations to Kathleen Hudson and John Burton, and please welcome them now.
Oh, thank you, Eric. And great to be here with you and Kathleen. First of all, I'm John Burton, and I'm an artist from California. I know for myself, when I saw the fire devastate Lahaina, it was heartbreaking for me as I watched, knowing I have friends there, knowing all my experience that I've had there. I've been going to Hawaii since I was a little kid. My parents brought me, and then I brought my children. And I was thinking, what could I do? How could we do a fundraiser? And then online, I saw Scott Pryor and Michael Obermeyer, two great artists, and they were talking about it and posting about it. And then the next day, I got an email from Kathleen talking about that she was starting something with Heather Burton Santillanus. And I wanted to get involved and called Kathleen right away and said, what can we do? And I remember in one of our first conversations, I'd mentioned to her that Hawaii's been famous always for sharing its aloha with the world. And this is our opportunity to share that aloha back with them. And in Hawaiian, aloha not only means hello, but it also means love. So I'm really appreciative that we could work together here with Kathleen.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. So I'm Kathleen Hudson, a Colorado artist. John and I are just two of many artists who took part in the Maui Plein Air Painting Festival. And through it, we got to know many friends who called Lahaina home. So when the fire overtook Lahaina last month, I posted briefly on Facebook about recreating one of my paintings that was lost in the fire when the Village Gallery burned. And shortly after, Heather Burton Santillanus sent me a text and said, hey, can I join in and make it something that we do together? And I reflected on it and realized that we could probably get a lot of people behind this effort if we issued a call for art. Back in 2018, I had taken part in an effort following Hurricane Michael that was organized by an artist named Larry Moore. And we were able to help raise over $100,000 for Florida following the impacts of that storm. So I was hoping we could do something really similar for Maui. But then the response blew far past our wildest expectations. So 2 weeks after this, more than 800 artists had submitted over 1,000 paintings to the auction, and it totals over $1 million worth of art. So the auction is online at artistsforlahaina.com, and you can bid on the work until 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. So the more bids these paintings get, the more money that we can send to Maui, and 100% of the proceeds are going to Maui.
And I want to comment too on how Eric and Streamland Publishing has helped us. As we started this, we started contacting California Art Club, Tucson Art Academy, Plein Air Painters America, Oil Painters America, La Papa, down in Laguna. And we talked amongst ourselves, said, wow, what if we call Eric Rhodes and he could just put us on a podcast? And we called Eric and he went far above that and said, what if we do something like a telethon? Let's do a streamathon. And we're incredibly grateful to him, because through this live stream, we can spread the word and give you a window into what a special place Lahaina is and what folks are going through in Maui. We have a lot to share with you. Stories from our friends in West Maui, interviews with artists who have work in the auction, and studio tours and quick demos from guests. We're really thankful to share musical performance by Hawaiian artists with you too. These musicians wanted to give a boost to this effort to bring in support to their grieving community. We also want to express our gratitude to you for supporting relief efforts by offering some giveaways and from the organizations who are working with us.
That's right. And we want to extend a special welcome to those of you who are joining us today from Maui. This effort is for you. We see you and we grieve with you, and we hope that the hundreds of paintings in the auction from artists all over the world communicate a strong message of support to you. Each of these paintings represents a labor of love for Lahaina. So now we're going to welcome our first guest, Kawana Smith. She is a board member with the Lahaina Art Society and the Lahaina Artists Guild as well. Kawana is joining us early in the Streamathon because she's at the heart of the arts community in Lahaina, and because she has an appointment soon to go teach a painting class for displaced students. Thanks for joining us, Kawana, and for what you're doing to help your displaced neighbors. Can you tell us more about the history of the Arts Guild's classes in Lahaina?
Okay, so the parent organization is Lahaina Art Society, which has been around since 1967. Started with some artists painting under the banyan tree, segued into George Allen leading a charge to clear out the banyan tree, the jail gallery, which was in the building under the banyan tree. And it went from there. So along the way, Lahaina Arts Association became our nonprofit arm, which has segued into Lahaina Arts Guild. We have given classes over decades to students through the schools, through the Boys and Girls Clubs, through community centers in low-income housing. We reorganized in 2018. It became Lahaina Arts Guild. Okay, COVID threw us a curve because most of our funding came from our art fairs, which generated the large percentage of the income came from that, plus our gallery, and then we were closed for a year. So then we regrouped, and for the past couple of years, we've been working with CAM 3 school. This last year, we were teaching K through 5. We hired professional teachers to do this, and they went in every week and taught all grades. So that school burned down, as you might know. The students are kind of scattered. Some are on displaced learning, some are being bused other places. But within 3 weeks of the fire, we held our first class at one of the hotels. Then another hotel jumped in. We had some more classes. Now they're doing distance learning at a local community center in a church. And there's about 25 children from K through 5. They're coming for 4 hours a day, and our teachers are helping. Down the line, our director, by the way, his home is standing, but he can't get in. Our lead teacher and his wife lost their home and everything they owned. At least 9 of our current members lost their homes and their worldly arts, all of their art. And one of the upcountry artists lost hers in the Kula fire. The rest of us that lived a few miles out of town, we have survivor guilt, but we're surrounded by people who have had many, many stories. But down the line, our director, aside from filling out the forms for his own home, has been working tirelessly with our government, with United Way, with filling out forms to get support to move forward. And he's working with Princess Lahaina Elementary School to provide art, not only to the CAM 3 students, which eventually are going to be moving either up there or somewhere else, and also with the elementary school students there. We would like to keep expanding. We also offer, by the way, scholarships to graduating high school seniors going on in art careers. We need funding for that. We've also put on summer camp this last summer, 2 weeks of 3 hours a day for kids to come and participate in art things. And anyway, I could go on and on, but
Yes.
we are regrouping. We need to pay teachers. We need supplies. We need a place to store them. We need a venue for our gallery since all of this has burned down and been destroyed. And it's amazing the amount of support that's going on over here. Artists who survive donating to other artists. One artist actually put in a huge paint order for artists to distribute to those that lost everything. So anyway,
yes, I believe she actually has a painting in our auction too. So she is incredibly generous to give that much of her time.
Yeah.
So what are some ways that we can help you going forward?
Mainly funding at this point. We really, we're starting almost from ground zero in terms of restocking. Everything we have to do has to be, we would like to pay more teachers. We still have to supply scholarships, not have to, choose to supply scholarships to the students that'll be graduating this June from wherever their campus turns out to be. As you probably know, the schools on west side of Maui are not yet open. Kids are being bused all over the place or doing distance learning again just when they recovered from COVID. So that's kind of where we are. And of course, we have administrative costs and things too that are overhead. So yeah, we need help desperately. And the more help we get, the more students we can reach. So
yes, I hope this is an encouragement for all of you watching to give generously, because we are going to set up a designated fund within Maui Pono that will go to support the recovery of Lahaina's arts community. The arts were really at the center of life in Lahaina. And as Kawana has shared, it's going to be a huge part of the recovery as well. So Kawana, thank you so much for
Uh,
joining
just-
us today for the
Can I-
efforts.
Can I just
Oh,
say one
please do.
We were chosen by United Way as the 2023 Partner of the Year, our Lahaina
Yes.
Art Guild. So, yeah, and I did participate in some of the class this week, and it's amazing to see the kids just love the art and how much it just brings happiness and joy to them. So,
I bet it does. And it takes their mind off the trauma that they endured.
right.
And yes, so it's incredibly valuable work you're doing. And I thank you for doing it. And I would love for us to get behind that with our support.
Thank you. Thank you for what you're doing too. We really appreciate all of this. So, okay.
Well, thank you, Kawana. We really appreciate it.
We hope.
Ahuyo. And now we'll show you some of the paintings in the auction that will help efforts like Kawana's, along with direct relief for families.
Thanks, Kathleen. First, thank you, Kawana, for coming on with us. And thank you so much for your courage, and for everyone in Lahaina who is showing the courage to keep going. And we know that, a lot of people, they're doing that without homes. They're doing it without, you think about when you take away your home, that's also taking away your kitchen. That's taking away, your day-to-day needs, and you're still reaching out and helping others. So thank you, Kawana, for all you're doing there. In our auction, there are nearly 1,000 paintings. We can only show you a fraction here today, but please also go visit artistsforlahaina.com to see the whole thing and to bid on these paintings, because this is a special event. You get to bring home something. You're giving, but when you give, you also have a painting that you put on your wall. And every time you look at that wall, I know I'm going to purchase a painting, because I'm going to look at that painting and say, I was helping Lahaina every time I take a look at that. And the list of artists is absolutely amazing. And they donated some fabulous work. So if we could take a look at that now. So if we go through here, here's just this is going to the website. When you come on, you would bid on here. And we have right there, Sherry McGraw. We have Jesse Powell and Brian Mark, like just on this list, Jesse Powell, Brian Mark Taylor, and me and Satu are super close friends of mine. I know when Kwang Ho was asked, and Sherry and Josh Elliott, all the people on here, when they were asked, it wasn't I don't know, I'm not sure. It's like, sure, let me get into my paintings. Let me see what I can do for you. Can we take a look at some more? And these are some of the top artists in the country. Ned Mueller, he's going to have a giveaway actually today later on. Ray Roberts, Matt Smith, Randy Sexton, you'll be hearing from him today, as well as he talks about the Maui Plein Air event. Eric Bowman, Nancy Crookston. Matt Smith was one of those, again, I called Matt. Matt is such a well-known artist that when I call Matt, I know that he's going to have the influence for other artists, because he is so full of integrity and such a great artist. I called him, I said, Matt, would you donate? He didn't even let me finish my sentence. I said, hey, we're doing something for Lahaina. Would you? And he said, I'm in, John. So do we have any more slides that we can share? Here's another one by me and Satu. I can't remember the amount me and Satu donated, but it's something like $12,000 worth of artwork. Kevin McPherson, who spent a lot of time in Hawaii. I've actually been over there painting with him before. Mitch Baird, he's the head of Plein Air Painters of America right now, the president. Kathleen Hudson, she is one of her paintings is already sold. They bid above the asking to get that, and this is the only one she has left, I believe. Maybe she has two left. Beautiful painting. Ron Renter, Alan Woolton. This is a gigantic 36 by 48 painting that's selling for $2,000 right now, our starting bid. It is a $20,000 painting. He showed in Lahaina. I remember going in when I was younger in art school, stopping in one of the Lahaina galleries and mesmerized by how this person applies paint. So I think, is that the last one, or do we have one more that we can share? Yeah, we're done. Okay. So thank you. And I want to thank all the artists. We really appreciate it. Who gave so generously. We also want to show our appreciation for all of you watching right now. We have some very generous giveaways, and I'll let Eric out in New York take care of that. Thanks, Eric.
All right. Thanks, John. Thank you, Kathleen. Before we move on, a reminder to everybody that you can help spread the word about this Streamathon by sharing the URL. So if you're watching online right now, just go ahead and take artstreamathon.com and put it on your social media and say, I'm watching now. We want the world to watch. Go ahead and do that. We're going to give away some paintings today. Now, here's the deal. Just because you're watching, you don't have to bid, you don't have to donate. We hope that you will, but we want everybody to be engaged. And so we are going to give away some paintings. We have 3 paintings to give away today from members of the Plein Air Painters of America, which has generously suggested we do this. And we also have, get this, over $10,000 in workshops and art instruction to give away today. And you need to be present to accept the item you've won. So if we call your name, if we draw your name, please comment in the chat, and our chat people will catch it. And then please email us, winner@streamlinepublishing.com, with your name, so we make sure we can communicate and get your prize to you. All right. So first up, our first giveaway is a painting from Plein Air Painters of America member and master Ned Mueller, who is also a designated master artist by the Oil Painters of America and the American Impressionist Society. This is a classic. The piece today is an 8x10 study called The Secret. I wonder what the secret is. Anyway, the value is $1,000. And the winner that we have polled is Dennis Marshall. Dennis, congratulations. You have a Ned Mueller in your collection. Now, you and I both have something in common. I have a Ned Mueller that I cherish. Don't forget to claim that painting by saying, I'm here in the chat, and then emailing winner@streamlinepublishing.com. Or else we have to draw a second name right away, okay, for the next painting giveaway. Ned also has a beautiful painting in the auction. It's called Smuggler's Cove, and it can be found in Gallery Ikehi. So go bid on that. Now, there are 3 galleries in the auction. Now, secondly, we have 5 Oil Painters of America annual memberships for either an artist or a collector. You will get access to OPA shows, regular webinars with leading lights in the art world, and much more. The winners are, listen for your name, Diane Holt, Gina Glott, Mason Williams, Catherine Uffen, and Gary Nix. Congratulations. You all are winners of the OPA memberships. Again, to claim your OPA memberships in the chat, just go into the chat and say, I'm here, and then email winner@streamlinepublishing.com so we can distribute these to you. All right. Now, for those of you who are watching on YouTube or social media, we are streaming it there as well on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube. But if you want to participate and be able to win prizes, and we have a lot of prizes today, then we would prefer that you go over to artstreamathon.com, register there so that you can participate to win prizes, because we can't monitor the chat in all of those places. Now, Kathleen is going to introduce our next guest.
Yes, thank you, Eric. Steve Iverson wasn't born in Lahaina, but he knew the first time that he visited that he wanted to raise his family there. He and his family made their home in Lahaina and built deep ties to the community. And that's where he was on the day of August 8th when the fire broke out. Steve is the director of the nonprofit Maui Pono Foundation, and we thank him for joining us today. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Kathleen. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So can you tell us a little bit about your experience on August 8th and how that led you to start Maui Pono Foundation?
Sure. Like everyone that was here on August 8th, we all have our own story. We were in Kaanapali and early in the morning, we saw some smoke, but it wasn't anything to be too concerned about. We've been through fires here and we've been through high winds here before, and had a lot of faith that everything was going to be fine. And sure enough, the smoke died down later in the morning, but earlier in the afternoon, we saw a second round of smoke, and that was a much more ominous dark cloud of smoke that was blowing over the ocean. And I have to be honest with you, I was in denial for a good part of it, just because you just couldn't really think that the whole town was burning. But sure enough, one by one, you could see the buildings catch fire. And the way the wind was blowing, it covered a lot of the town, and so we didn't get a chance to see everything but when it would change direction later on in the afternoon and into the night, we could tell that our town was burning. So I was with my wife and my son, and still having all the faith in the fire department and the first responders. And we kind of went through the night with a few hours of sleep, but not much. Woke up the next morning, and the fire had gotten much closer to us. It was burning a neighborhood called Wahikuli, which is just north of Lahaina and right by the Civic Center. That was when I decided that it was time for us to evacuate. And I took my family up to a neighborhood called Kawana Ridge, where we have some friends that live up there. And because the communications had all been shut down, there was no power. Cell was almost non-existent. People really didn't know what was going on. And so we were part of the first wave of people evacuating that were letting people know what was happening. As the morning kind of grew on, we realized that they were trying to evacuate the entire west side of the island. And we're fortunate to have a lot of friends in every part of the island. And so we went up to a neighborhood called Pukalani, which is up on Haleakala, and basically set up camp with about 4 other families that were in the same position as us. It was probably later in that day, as we were sitting around and just dealing with the shock of everything that had happened, that I knew right then what my mission was and what I needed to be doing. It just happens that I'm retired and I've got some extra time on my hands, and but it just wasn't even a question. Once I knew the situation that we were in, I knew there was a lot of work to be done, and we literally started putting together the foundation that very day. And
Wow.
I have to tell you, this is, even though I was spearheading it, the group of people that we have involved and that continue to become a part of our group that was forming this are really what made it happen and made it possible. And so it's been some very busy days since then, but very, very rewarding and just wonderful to be working with the community.
I'm so glad that was your response, because we know what some of the needs are, but you are there on the ground right now. And do you mind telling us about some of the biggest needs that you're seeing in the community?
Sure. The community is kind of going through this in waves, because everyone is affected differently. Certainly the worst are the people that have lost their homes and their businesses and are completely displaced as a result, having large families. So those needs obviously are finding them long-term housing, continuing to provide them with the supplies that they need. And it's everything from, toiletries to clothing, to food and water. I'm really happy to say that, in combination with the community, the government, and the Red Cross and other foundations and nonprofits, the distribution sites are fully stocked, and they're getting a lot of what they need every day. As we see how this unfolds, we can tell that the ripple effect is pretty broad, and so contractors need tools to get back to work. We need computers for people to be able to get online. I mean, everyone is having to produce a lot of information in order to get relief, and the only way they can do that is to plug in. Initially, we were struggling with internet access, and so we brought in a lot of Starlinks that helped a lot of people out. But Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, they've all gotten us back online, and so everyone seems to be well connected. But as we transition out of this first 30-day period, housing is going to be our biggest challenge. Finding long-term housing. There are a lot of options that are coming up, and tiny homes are being brought in, and modular homes are being brought in. But those are taking time to set up. And in the meantime, people are staying at the hotels and the resorts, and FEMA is taking great care of them. But there's going to be a continued need to find more permanent housing for them. And I would say transportation is probably the other big thing right now. A lot of cars were lost in the in the fires. And so getting people reliable transportation is one of our objectives as well.
Yes. And one of the reasons that we chose to partner with you at Maui Pona Foundation is that you're Lahaina based and led by Lahaina families, and you have the flexibility to adapt really quickly as the needs change. You've got IRS approval within 29 days of applying, and so it's clear that you have a compelling vision for your organization's role in Lahaina's recovery. So what do you see Maui Pono doing in future as some of those needs change?
Sure. Well, first off, thank you for our partnership. We're truly grateful for this partnership and the assistance, the help that it's going to bring our community. It's just an outstanding effort that you guys are doing. What I see as we continue to go forward, this is, I was in business. I ran businesses before. I never had any experience running a nonprofit, but this is like a business with a lot more regulations and a lot more requirements. And we're kind of learning this as we go, and we're doing needs assessments. We're trying to understand what the community needs. Right now, it's pretty obvious what the community needs as far as immediate help. But as we continue to go forward, because we've been able to learn from some of the other organizations and other disasters that have happened around the country, providing community resources seems to be one of the main things that people are going to need access to. Supporting small business, making sure that these businesses get back online so that they're providing the valuable services that we need, plus employing people, getting people back to work and giving them an opportunity to have an income again. And then mental health support. We really are going to need to weave that into our community here and provide those resources so that people don't have to go looking for them, that they're readily available. And then the kids are always the most important, and so providing educational resources and making sure that we can get schools back online, and teachers being able to stock their classrooms, and even the kids that are working still from home and distance learning, giving them the supplies that they need. So we're learning this, and we'll continue. I think all of these needs are going to continue to reveal themselves over time, but it's a daily thing. It's a weekly thing, and it's just you just kind of take on each day with a new challenge.
Absolutely. Well, I want to remind the folks who are watching at home that you don't have to buy a painting to support Maui Pono Foundation's work. You can actually hit the donate button that's right above the viewing window, and you can give right now. So with thousands of you watching, just think about the impact that you could have if everyone went and supported with even just $10 or $25, if not more. If you do that right now, we could raise over $100,000 in a matter of minutes for the recovery efforts in Lahaina. So I really want to encourage you all to consider giving generously.
Thank you.
Thank you
for that.
Oh,
we're in the process of completing our first phase 1 grant process, and we're teeing up phase 2 and phase 3, and we can't keep these going unless we get the support and the funding for it. So every little bit helps. Please know that even $25 makes a difference. So thank you all for your support.
It does. Well, thanks again for joining us, Steve, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me. Good luck with the event. It's going great.
Thank you. Now, John will share with us a recording from a special guest.
Before I do, I want to thank Steve. Thank you so much working with you, and very grateful for your heart and the effort you're giving in Lahaina to bring the spirit and the strength back to Lahaina. So with this next feature, Kala'e Kamario, I want to share a little story which is interesting how I came to know Kala'e. The local high school here where my kids go to school had a fundraiser for Maui, as people all across the world are trying to do things, especially our country, trying to do things for Lahaina. And my daughter's history teacher sang a song, Sands of Old Lahaina. And it was such an incredible song. I talked to him about it. He said, this is the teacher speaking, said, I contacted this musician when I heard it and asked if I could have permission. He was the nicest guy in the world, very personal, said, please. And so I followed his suit, called him, told him how I'd heard of it, and said, would you mind being a part of our STREAMAthon today? And he very kindly shared this, which is the song, Sands of Old Lahaina.
Left my heart beneath the sand, buried in the shores, with the music carried sounds of old Hawaii. The setting sun would be a sight they came to see, and feel the winds of ancient history. She might stand no more, but I know for sure she might stand no more, but I know she will rise, she will rise, she will rise again, she will rise. Like the sun is sure to shine, like the ocean's changing tide. But till that day my heart is in the sands of old Lahaina. It's in the sands of old Lahaina. Every memory that we share is running through my mind and taking with me everywhere I go. Every prayer I lift on high, asking for the strength needed to keep facing our tomorrows. She might stand no more, but I know for sure she might stand no more, but I know she will rise, she will rise, she will rise again, she will rise. Like the sun is sure to shine, like the ocean's changing tide. Till that day my heart is in the sands of old Lahaina. Is in the sands of old Lahaina. Every tear I shed is one last cry until the time we meet again. She might stand no more, but I know for sure she might stand no more, but I know she will rise, she will rise, she will rise again, she will rise, she will rise, she will rise, she will rise again, she will rise, she will rise, she will rise, she will rise again, she will rise, she will rise, she will rise, she will rise again, she will rise from the sands of old Lahaina, from the sands of old Lahaina, from the sands of old Lahaina, from the sands of old Lahaina.
Thank you, Kalahe, for sharing your gift and honoring Lahaina. I know every time I watch that song, because I've heard it so much in the last few weeks, my allergies start to act up and something happens. I'm not sure what, but he's, his name's Kalae Camarillo, and he is on Spotify, and that song is on Spotify. So If you want to follow him and hear his song and more of his music, he's an incredible musician. I didn't say at the start, he's born and raised in Maui, lives on Oahu currently, but his family is still in Oahu. His mom owns a flower shop in Kihei, which is just down from Lahaina. So we're really grateful for you, Kalahi, for sharing your gifts. Now Kathleen has a letter to read to us from artist Michael Clements, who lives upcountry and lost many of his paintings when the Village Gallery burned in Lahaina.
Yes. Michael Clements was instrumental in restarting the beloved Maui Plein Air event, which brought 18 artists to Lahaina in February this year. Many of those artists gave pieces to the auction. Michael is in Hana right now without reliable internet, but he wanted me to share this letter with you. Here's Michael. Aloha. As a 36-year resident of Maui, I spent my first 13 years in Lahaina operating my landscape and plant nursery business and being involved in the community as a Rotarian while serving on appointed committees and organizations. Lahaina was a vibrant art destination with many art galleries supporting all forms of art. People from around the world visited and took home art and became friends as well as collectors. Every Friday was art night in Lahaina. You could stroll through the town and see artists at work, talk with them, and share a glass of wine and laugh as we shared life's experiences. Those personal encounters are precious memories. Many have reached out to help. They too grieve over this tragedy. The loss of Lahaina as we knew it reaches far and wide and deep. I am primarily a plein air painter. Discovering the challenge of painting from life, I soon realized the rewards. In fact, it has become a sort of meditation, an opportunity to really experience the world from a point of studied observation that has led me on a path to contentment. Regardless of how my painting turns out, it is that feeling of contentment that drives me to paint. I know I'm not alone when I say that. My wife would say it keeps me sane, but she is prone to exaggeration. On August 8th, around 11 a.m., I watched as smoke began rising from an area about 0.2 of a mile from my home in Kula. Throughout the day, the winds were gusting strong and you could hear trees breaking and snapping. The fire had started in a gulch, which made firefighters' access difficult, and the erratic winds made air support impossible. Throughout the day, the battle to control the fire continued. Violent, and the fire changed direction. And I watched as homes caught fire and burned in my neighborhood. 19 homes burned to the ground, many others damaged. Ordered to evacuate, I stayed to do what I could to protect my home. It was a long night without power and without phone service. Little did I know that as our neighborhood was on fire, Lahaina was on fire, and another fire in upcountry Maui was tearing across the landscape. Fortunately, the winds changed direction around 2 a.m. and our house was spared. For more than a week, helicopters dropped water on the hot spots to contain the fire. Not knowing if it would flare up again, any signs of smoke kept you close to home. As I learned of the devastation in Lahaina, our Kula fire paled in significance. The destruction was incomprehensible. Lack of cellular and internet made efforts to check on friends and family impossible. So rumors and fears ruled the day. Personally, I know many people who have lost their homes and all their possessions in the Lahaina wildfire. I used to see news stories of some family who had become homeless after their house burned down, and I felt for them and hoped they would get the help to rebuild their lives. So now multiply that feeling by about 2,700 times the number of homes lost in Lahaina. It is hard to comprehend. I have a friend who is 98 years old who lost her beautiful home on the ocean in Lahaina. She had lived there for over 50 years. All her memories and possessions were lost in this fire. She left with only her purse. It has been difficult to watch her physical and emotional decline as she deals with the reality of not having a home. There are too many people coping with the same loss, but at her age, there is no starting over. Families are clinging to hope. Everyone is doing whatever they can to help, but healing will take a long time. Only time can heal the emotional wounds. Together, we work a day at a time to go forward. As we look to the future, my energy now has been to help find a new gallery location for Village Gallery, which burned to the ground, along with our paintings, jewelry, wood carvings, bowls, pottery, glass, and ceramics. I say "are" because many of you artists donating paintings to this auction also lost your works that were from the Maui Plein Air Painting Invitationals. You too have been affected. Unfortunately, we did have to cancel Plein Air Maui for 2024. We've been discussing venues for local artists to display their work in pop-up galleries, And soon we will begin working on the task of reorganizing Paint Maui for February 2025. Our island is wounded, and efforts to encourage travel to Maui are vital. I am incredibly grateful for the actions and donations of fellow artists from around the nation for this auction. Thanks for your thoughts and prayers too. Never underestimate their power now and as we look to the future. We are overwhelmed by your kindness, compassion, and generosity. Words are really insufficient to express our gratitude, but know that you are in our hearts as we are in yours. Aloha and God bless. Michael Clements. Thank you so much, Michael. If you're watching this, your words mean a lot to us. We appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from California artist Randy Sexton, who donated 3 pieces to the auction, and he has been a fixture in the Maui plein air painting event.
Thank you for joining us, Randy. As Kathleen has mentioned, you've been a fixture in the plein air event and showed work at Village Galleries along with Michael Clements, Macario Pascual, and many other Maui artists speaking today. First of all, how did you get involved and what inspiration did you find in Lahaina?
Well, actually, first of all, John, I just wanted to say that was very moving letter by Michael. It was great to hear his words. I've been thinking about all of the artists there, as well as, all the people that I don't know and people that I've met through the years through the same event. I was lucky enough to be invited. Ronaldo Macedo was one of the basically the founder of the event on Maui, and he contacted me. But as well as I wanted to thank Kathleen, Heather, yourself, and anyone that's behind the scenes there for your concern, your skills, everything that you were able to put your efforts into this, your time, and it's just great. I'm honored to be here. Yeah, before I talk about the Maui plein air event, I'm in my studio at the moment, and I thought I'd just give you a little bit of a tour around the space. I think that was part of what you'd asked me to do.
Yes, please.
And John, if you be so kind, I might have to. I'll have to switch the camera around. So if there's anything that you would like to ask or tell me to do,
okay,
feel free.
As I saw you right now, Randy, as you're turning this around, which made me think I know Randy forever. He actually was a teacher at the art school when I was in school. And I noticed you're in a Hawaiian shirt, and I know I'm wearing a Hawaiian shirt as well today. So I know we were discussing this not Randy and I, but Kathleen and Eric. An interesting idea, I'm just putting it out there, is what if everyone wore Hawaiian shirts this weekend? This is the closing weekend of the auction. And when you wear your Hawaiian shirt out somewhere, someplace, and someone says, hey, nice Hawaiian shirt, it might be a great opportunity to open that conversation and say, well, I'm wearing it for a reason. It's, solidarity with Lahaina, with Maui and the people there. And there's an auction where you can go to. So I know I'm going to wear my Hawaiian shirt for that reason. And maybe other people can do that as well.
There you go. I've actually been wearing the Maui plein air shirts that I have, the T-shirts. One of the shirts I have is from the Sly Mongoose. There's a little bar I'm sure that is gone. So I'm just panning around the studio here. I'm not sure exactly how much the camera's taking in, but the two paintings that are on the stage, that are smaller ones, are in the auction and are available. And I'll get to the locations a little bit, touch on that later, because we lost artists lost their livelihoods, people lost their lives, of course, which is the big tragedy of it all. And Lahaina itself, a living organism, so to speak, is forever gone the way that we knew it. So some of these locations are not the same anymore. And so, yeah, a little tour around the studio. I've been I've been in this space for I think 3 years now, and been experimenting with some different different types of paintings since I've been here, which has been really exciting. But let me just get situated. I did put a slide show together, and I hope this kind of frames the my computer enough so that people behind the scenes can kind of cue into where I'm going with it. And so this, Josh, if you're listening, I think that first slide might be good to bring up. Is that how this works? Whether you want to, there you go. So, yeah, I tried to put, this is basically just over the past couple of days, I put together a collage of different images that I felt were brought up memories, of course, of various people, including Joe Fletcher there, Kathleen when she was a member, participating. One of Deborah Hughes's paintings of us all painting out, which I feel like that particular painting really catches the whole spirit of Maui plein air, which started in 2006. I was lucky enough to be a part of that. Ronaldo Macedo, I think I'll go to the next slide. Ronaldo Macedo, who lives on Maui and had taken part in the Laguna Beach plein air and was inspired to bring the same type of event to Maui. And with a bit of help from some of the people that also started the Laguna Beach plein air, including Sime Caglian, if that's how you pronounce his last name exactly. I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but Ronaldo lives on Maui, and he had, John, I think that you might be able to chime in a little bit. He put together a little bit of a test run, I think the year before, with a smaller group of artists, and then came up with the idea of combining a group of artists from the islands, from all the islands, that would be called the Islanders, and then bring on about the same amount of people, so a dozen or so artists from the islands, and the same from the mainland. And Village Gallery.
And I will share, Randy, yes, he did a run through that. And Ronaldo, for those of you who know Ronaldo, that's how Ronaldo looks. He's just always happy and smiling. And he sure draws you, right?
Exactly.
And he's been a longtime friend for
Big-hearted.
me. Yeah, since I entered the art world. And the first year, come over, stay with me, stayed with him and his family. And he absolutely incredible to see that vision and bring it to the islands.
Absolutely. And Ronaldo, all these artists are very close to me, very close to my heart. And Ronaldo, I've seen his kids grow up. First few years they were babies, and now they're out in surfing contests and summer
pro
and
surfers
ocean.
and musicians, and they are doing great things.
Just a wonderful family, big-hearted Ronaldo for sure. And so he had the wherewithal to connect with Lynn Shu, who equally, delivers from her heart. I feel like she takes care of artists in many ways. I think the Village Gallery is one of the very first galleries in Lahaina. The very first event was in a different building than this particular shot is. This is the building that just burned down on Dickinson Street in downtown Lahaina. When we started the event, she was in a separate building and also had galleries that were in some of the hotels, including the Ritz-Carlton. So there was a whole bunch of reasons that she got involved, and she brought in her collectors and just made the event extremely well run and very successful from the very beginning. And she's just the best person. As Michael mentioned, there's the artists that we are familiar with are painters there, but they're in her gallery as well as other arts communities around Lahaina. There's just such a rich community. Syme, if you're moving to the next slide here, Syme was one of the founders of the La Papa Laguna Beach Plein Air Painters of America event, and he lives in Kauai, and he was also part of the the trying to put everything together, thinking and how to put this particular event together. So he was there in the beginning to do that, and his connection to John Stern brought John Stern over to be the judge, as well as to be in midweek at night in the courtyard of
We're losing a little bit of your audio there, Randy.
Okay.
Here we go. You're back.
Alrighty.
I think you were getting into the lecture that John Stern would give.
Right. John Stern became the judge of the show, partly in that, well, first off, being the director of the Irvine Museum, and the connection with the Laguna Beach plein air community brought him to this particular place, and he was a great judge over the years, still is, and he would put on a slide presentation for various different topics, but it was one of the highlights of the week, and it was in the courtyard of the Pioneer. If you lost that dialogue on my part earlier, and that unfortunately, of course, the Pioneer is gone. Some of the people that were the early islanders, I want to just the folks that were a big part of it. George Allen was an amazing artist, and he passed away a few years ago, but he was just wonderful. He was one of the first ones there of the Islanders. Betty Hay Freelance, same. She was there from the beginning, and unfortunately, she just passed away too, right after the 2023 Paint Maui. She herself was from Hawaiian royalty, basically, and I couldn't tell you that whole legacy there, but she was just a wonderful woman and a wonderful painter. So see, these are some of the Islanders. Carlton, early on, he was, well, he still is on the island, and his main income was through the Village Gallery, and of course that's gone now. I was in touch with him just over the past couple of days, and he said he's got 4 new paintings. He doesn't even have a website, but he has a Facebook account, so he's posting his new work on Facebook, and just a wonderful guy. He, in the very early years, he used to tool around on a bicycle that was tricked out with basically a studio on wheels, and just quite a character, really fun. And so Carlton is still there. He lives on another part of the island and has kids now, but he is still, painting and living there.
And Randy, other than John Stern coming over to judge, give his lecture, these are all, just to reiterate, these are all Hawaiian artists, right?
Correct.
Everyone.
These are all right. That's correct. They might. There are artists that live on different islands, like Mark Brown. Mark is a painter that lives on Oahu, and he is the epitome of the word aloha. He is just the sweetest man, and he paints by the pound. He's been a part of, he's one of the Islanders that's been a part of it from the very beginning, as well as all of these. This is what I'm showing is the Hawaiian, basically the Hawaiian connection. There's a lot of artists that came over to participate in Maui Plein Air, of course, that were from the mainland, but what I'm focused on here on this presentation is people from Hawaii that were part of it, and a little backstory about Maui Plein Air in
Yeah,
regards
thanks,
to that.
Randy. Yeah, I knew that. I just wanted to make sure our viewers knew.
That's where we're headed. You just heard from Michael Clemens. If you or we just heard, if you weren't tuned into his letter, it was quite a moving day fire happened. He is a really special man. He's skilled. He's does both pastel and oil painting, and he's just a great guy. He's as he said in his letter, he's all focused on getting Village Gallery back on its feet, which is just great to hear. And I wish you well, Michael. Joe Fletcher, very first events that we had, Joe was there first in line. He was so enthusiastic and so moved, so excited about the planner events, but painting became his life. I forget exactly what he did as a career, but when I met Joe, he was all about painting, and he eventually became part of the event. Sadly, he passed away a few years, just a couple years ago. But Joe Fletcher was a big part of Maui Plein Air, and we remember him well here. Marty Wessler is from Kauai. He was a beginning, and that's what I'm here for, is just to give you a little bit of that connection with the Hawaiian painters, and a little backstory about the from Hawaii that are in this. Mike Carroll, originally from Chicago area, but he and his wife now live on the and he has a gallery, and he's been a part of it since the very onset of it. His business has been really impacted, of course, because people aren't coming to. There's a ferry that goes out to Lanai from Lahaina, and people just aren't getting there. So, of course, as well as all the artists on the island there, on the islands in general, I think the tourism is probably down. Mike and Kathy started a little side story. Kathy started a cat sanctuary, the Lanai Cat Sanctuary on Lanai, and I brought our cat home from that cat sanctuary quite a few years ago. That's a wonderful organization. Jennifer Prince and Pierre Bouret, two peas in a pod from Kauai. They were part of it for a while there, especially Pierre in the beginning, and they are out penning together today, I hope.
Yeah, they are.
So
bumped into them 3 days ago at Carmel Beach. They were out painting together.
Oh, sweet.
They were so incredibly grateful to everyone who was supporting Lahaina.
Oh, that's great. I will try to reach out to them. I'm headed down there in a few days. So that wraps up a little bit of what I felt like was what I could cobble together in terms of the Islanders part in the very beginning of and throughout the Maui Plein Air event. Eventually, there were always people that were helping out. There were host families. There were, just like in a lot of other plein air events, there's people that work on it, volunteers, and as well as people that run it eventually. And Lois Reiswig, Ann Pistillo, Kathleen Gimbalvo were some of those people. I think you're going to hear from Lois later today. She took the wheel, took the helm of the event eventually, and moved it through various sort of made it grow, which was amazing to see. And she was the dynamo, and I think you're going to hear from her today. And then all sorts of other people that sponsored, put effort, like not from sponsored, helped promote and helped in many ways. And Mark Ellman was one of those folks. He had 3 restaurants that he would offer the folks that were coming over coming over to be in the event gift certificates so that they could come in and get a bite to eat or just hang out together, which was amazing. He was very generous. And I just looked in to see if Hanu Mala or I forget the name of the other restaurant that are all connected. I think they're still standing, but they are not open yet. So yes, I mean, they're the event became large before COVID, and then before this fire hit. So the rest of this, what I thought I'd do is just it's the event always basically was centered in Lahaina. People, we as painters, we could paint all over the island, but since the galleries were close to Lahaina, as it's a hub, a larger town. There were specific spots that we would either meet at, or the quick draw was held right at the harbor, and it's just so heartbreaking to hear that the Pioneer Inn is gone, as well as so many boats that were in the harbor were burned that day. But some scenes from that, and I'm just going to quickly go through some of the other places here. The Jodo Mission was a place, a Buddhist temple, and that the Buddha was something that I always, every time I went to Maui to paint, I would go there just somewhat to get grounded, but also to be inspired. And it was just a magical place to be. The structures are gone. I think the Buddha is still there. We'll see what happens. But you can see by the photograph of the pagoda that it was a big part of Maui culture. There was a lot of events that took place there, as well as people to come and worship and commune.
I remember the first time I came into the Jodo Mission, Randy, and I couldn't believe it. I thought, what an incredibly beautiful place to paint, and one more structure that is sad to see it go, with the history that it has there. And the painting that's on the right is like the one it's in the studio. We just passed by it. It is in the auction. It's available. And I painted there every year that I went. And it's so sad to see that those structures are gone. And let me share real quick, Randy. Sorry if you don't mind. That painting, like you mentioned, is in the auction. So if you go over to the auction, I think that's one interesting thing on some of the donations. You're not only getting a beautiful work of art, you are getting a piece of history. I talked to Randy the other day. I believe you said you painted that on location. Is that right? Yeah.
Oh, this one, no. I painted it.
Oh, the other one. Which one did you paint on location as well?
I can't remember if I have it. It is what we used to call the ghetto, and it was called the ghetto affectionately. We knew. Yes.
Yeah, I love that painting.
And that one I painted. Thank you. That is in the auction, and that is I painted it during the event this year, Paint Maui 2023, and that's another place that I didn't put it into the slide here, but into the slideshow here, but it's another place that I would frequently go and paint, as well as a number of the other painters. This time, this trip I painted there with Bill Cohn. Introduced him to it, and we just had the greatest afternoon painting there. So that painting didn't sell during the event. Actually, I don't remember if I had it in the show. I might not have felt like it was finished. So it came home, and it's in the auction now.
It's a great painting with great lines. But these are all historical. For anyone watching and anyone who wants to purchase, Randy is someone who's been there and painted there. And these are great moments that we can all keep.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I mean, that's an interesting thing you say, John, because it is, in many ways, it is, painting is that. We are documenting a specific time and place, and wherever, wherever and whenever we're painting and that is what we're doing, is we're kind of documenting in some ways. 505 front, the beach at 505 front. There was a place called Pacifico's that was very early on. Ronaldo has a lot of friends because he's such a wonderful person, and some of his friends happen to have a restaurant, or so Pacifico's was, I don't remember his, might have been Pierre. No,
I know
I
the
can't remember his
name.
name.
The food was amazing, and his daughter and Ronaldo's daughter performed there a few times when I was there.
Yeah, exactly.
Summer.
And unfortunately, that particular building is gone. But the 505, just to get back to the Maui Plein Air event, midweek we would have a sunset paint out, and it frequently was at the 505 front beach, which was a small beach, a lovely beach. There would be surfing lessons there. Again, the restaurants were on one side, and but the outrigger boats, as well as these boats here, but one of the larger outrigger boat was and dry dock there, and they were working on it, and that particular structure is gone too. So this is part of just trying to share a little bit of my own knowledge about and from my experience to the folks that are listening, just how things have changed since the fire. And I think, just in closing, I wanted to just bring up some of the artwork that was done during just at the very end. Thought it would be, and they're just details, but I came across in doing a little bit of research about the event, just trying to search for images. I had my own photographs, but I got online and tried to really dig in a little bit deeper. And Greg LaRock was a part of the event from England, and he had I think he might have won, if not this painting, but a similar one year. Jennifer Deal's painting of that.
Greg is somebody
phenomenal.
Greg is somebody we all miss too.
Yes, yeah, he sure was. And again, Deborah Hughes, just a little detail of her painting of all of us painting from a model. I forget which hotel that was at, but that particular painting, I thought all the painters, that just really captured the spirit of plein air itself. Macario, which somehow I don't know how I missed his slide earlier. Macario is one of the other artists on island, and he won. I don't know why I might have missed one slide, but sorry, Macario, but here you are. And also known as Mac, and he won a number of awards this past year, Artist Choice and Best in Show. And he won the Joe Fletcher Award, which he was really proud of for this painting. Michael Clements, who you heard from in his letter. Again, a wonderful artist, great guy. And Carlton Kincaid, one of his, I believe that was a show winner, and then another piece of Ronaldo, recent piece of Ronaldo's. Ronaldo was a best of show winner with a street scene of Makawa, which is upcountry. I couldn't find a picture of that, but this is a recent painting of his. So he's back painting. I know that he is, his house survived, but they can't get into it for a number of months, quite a few months from now, because of so much damage all around it. And I think that would be the last slide that I have up here. So that is that's the end of my segment.
Well,
And yeah,
Randy, thank you so
thank you,
much
John.
for giving this much time, and wow, that effort to show the history of the connection through Maui Plein Air. We really appreciate your time. So thank you so much, Randy. That was a great walk down the history, and hopefully through the future we can all live that again, and especially the artists there. So thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you it's been an honor to be just a part of this, John. And my heart goes out to everyone on the island. And, just such a, such a heartbreaking thing that's happened. And, but Maui strong, as we hear. So
Right.
good luck with the rest of the presentation. Thank you for putting this on.
Great. Thank you, Randy. So as you heard from Randy, there is a direct line from Maui Plein Air event to the Artists of Lahaina auction. It's what I was talking about, that is not only through, Hawaii has shared its aloha, and the Maui Plein Air showed its love, and the people of Maui opened up their homes. When we went over there, we stayed with different families. A side note, I remember, playing a prank on a couple of the artists because a family put me up, and their master bedroom was so beautiful. They put me in an extra bedroom. The master bedroom looked out at the ocean. It was this incredible bedroom. And a couple of people had chosen to stay in a hotel, and it was really small room, and they were talking about how small it is. So the people who hosted me for the week had a dinner party, and I brought them up, the friends who were staying in the hotel, and I brought them up to the master bedroom, and I said, so I heard your hotel room's, pretty small. I want to show you where I'm staying. This is my room. And their jaws fell down, and they're like, what? How in the world? And I laughed as we walked downstairs. No, that's the master bedroom. But so the people were so welcoming to me and to so many others, and in all areas. I'm not just saying the homes that were up to us. It didn't matter if you were going under the banyan tree to have someone open a coconut so you could have coconut water or coconut milk. Everyone was kind and loving, and we want to show that support. So we want to thank you and thank Randy. Now let's hear some more giveaways from Eric.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I put on my Hawaiian shirt, my Van Gogh Hawaiian shirt, in honor.
Love it.
I want to say thank you to Randy. That was very special. But I also want to thank Randy. He was one of the first workshops I ever took when I started plein air painting when I lived out in California. And that was the beginning of my interest in plein air, and his inspiration and others really led me to creating Plein Air magazine. So Randy, I owe it all to you. Thank you so much. I want to remind others too that we're all going to try to put on Hawaiian shirts this weekend. So when people ask us about our shirts, we can bring up the auction and tell people, hey, this is a great place you can go. Here's how you can help. And of course, it closes Sunday midnight Maui time. So that's pretty terrific. We have some giveaways, not one, but 2 full convention registrations to the Oil Painters of America convention in Kansas next year. It's an incredible event, an incredible organization, something that everyone should be a part of. It takes place in April, and it's going to feature demos by Sherry McGraw, Daniel Keyes, Susie Baker, Jeremy Gooding, Kim Casepier, Howard Freeland, and Tina Garrett. So our 2 winners, we've drawn winners, and it's Ken Grody and Lucy Strump. And so Ken Grody and Lucy Strump, don't forget to claim in the chat by saying I'm here, and then email us winner@streamlinepublishing.com. Now, next we have another giveaway, and it is a wonderful package from AIS, the American Impressionist Society, another wonderful organization. You get a tote bag, a hat, an instructional DVD from AIS President Deborah Joy Grosser on understanding the effects of light, which I happen to have produced. And Deborah also has a painting in the auction that you can bid on. The winner is Jacqueline Toro. Congratulations to Jacqueline. You know the drill. Go on there and tell us you're it. Okay. Now, remember, if you're watching us on YouTube or on social media and you want to win prizes, go over to artstreamathon.com because we pick people from the chat over there. Okay. Terrific. Now we're going to get a close-up look into the studio of AIS signature artist Lori Putnam. She has two beautiful paintings in the auction and has painted in the Maui Plein Air event. Hey, Lori. There she is. Hey, Lori.
Hey there. How are you?
Hey, thank you for joining us. I hear we're going to get a tour of your studio, which you designed yourself. And I got to tell a little story on you.
Uh-oh.
When you came to the first plein air convention, you told me that you had to beg, borrow, and almost steal to get there, that you were broke. And here you are, you've built this beautiful multi-million-dollar studio that you're going to give us a tour of. What changed? How did you get from low to high? You have had such a wonderful impact on the plein air world. How did you get there?
Well, thanks for that, Eric. You're boasting a little over the top, but I'll take it. The same way anybody gets there, really. I mean, a lot of hard work and being in the right place at the right time and stumbling under the right people's help and tutelage and a whole lot of luck. Honestly, I just feel incredibly blessed that it has come together and that I get to work really hard. It's something I love every day. Everyone knows, of course, that you were very helpful to me as well, and your magazines and all of your staff, and I just appreciate it from you and from all of the wonderful instructors that I've had.
So talk to me about Maui. You've been over to the Plein Air Maui event. What are your thoughts about all of this?
Yeah, so I can remember the very first year I was invited to go to Maui. And it's really difficult for an organization or a group to go out on a limb and invite somebody from quite so far away. I think if I'm correct in this, they started with a lot of California coast people because that's a lot to ask of somebody to come over and to spend the money to get there, and it's a lot. And the further east that they go, the more even they know that they're asking. And so when they came all the way east of the Mississippi and invited a little girl from Tennessee, I was thrilled, just so thrilled. And from the moment I met the very first of the island painters there till the last time I attended, I have always felt so much aloha from my hosts, from the organizers, from Lynn Shue and her fabulous gallery. Michael Clements, the very first time I came over there, he spent an entire day driving me the complete way, all the way around the island and touring me around places. So I knew up country, I knew all these places before it ever started. Everybody has always been so welcoming that it's one of the few places that you can go and feel love 24 hours a day. There's nothing that feels the least bit pretentious, or you're staying in these big beautiful homes and the people are so kind, and it's just a fabulous event, and I'm just absolutely heartbroken about what everyone's going through there.
Yeah. Well, it's devastating. So Lori, why don't you go ahead and give us a little tour of this beautiful studio that you've built?
Okay, so thanks for that. So I decided to start the way you would start if you were actually here. You and I have done things online, and several people have asked to tour the studio. So I thought, we'll just start at the front door and we'll go from there. Mark is handling the camera for me, so it's all on him if things go really poorly, okay? He's going to try to walk carefully. So people would come in, and they kind of have a little bit of a choice when they first come in, but then they walk into the studio itself, and the first thing they usually do is look up like that. They just look up. And so they're looking up at the peak of the ceiling here, which is quite high. And then they start to look around. And as you start to look around, Mark, if you could just sort of scan around the place, that would be great. If they start to look around, then they start to notice the things that are very studio-like, like all of these cabinets over here, for instance. They're, if you didn't have all of these cabinets, where would you keep all your pencils, right? And I have a lot of pencils, and as you can see, a lot of paintbrushes. And so it's, all of these cabinets are full of supplies and things that are necessary for painting, for shipping, labels, for, keeping your books, for everything. Obviously, everybody wants an easel in their studio. I'm very fortunate. For my 60th birthday a year ago, I gave myself a Hughes easel. I had a lovely easel my husband had built, and then I swapped it out for my Hughes easel, which, as you can see, goes, back and forth and up and down, and it's just really easy to work with. But this is something I wanted to share with everybody. This is a tool chest, and it's my tabaret. You can see I just mixed paint right on top of here. I just finished signing this painting, and I mixed paint right on top of here. And all of these drawers are full of paint, and it looks like it's made for it, doesn't it? And so all of my supplies for painting are in this tool chest that's supposed to be in somebody's garage. And it's my favorite thing in the whole studio. And I just want everybody to know that they come in several different sizes. I don't make any money off of this. But anyway, so that's where all of that happens. And I have a nice pad here to stand on, so I can stand for long, long hours, which I do. I generally stand here for hours and hours. I enjoy painting by natural light more than artificial light. So I have north light windows streaming in, and I also have windows on the south, but they are closable by the blind is closable by remote control. Look, there's a big check up there that says $15,000. Who gave me that, Eric? And so everything is very comfortable. Now, what people don't quite understand when they first get here is that we live in this building as well. So we don't have a huge extra house somewhere. We don't need a bunch of bathrooms to have to clean. And so we live here. And up here, if you can just point that up, Mark, is a loft. And that's where our bedroom is, and Mark's COVID home, work from home office, and all of his music equipment and his guitars. And so when I'm down here working, and depending on what's going on, like if I have a lot of things that I'm preparing for, I might have paintings everywhere. I mean, it's all cleared out right now, so it's that I can walk around for you guys. But if everything is really piled high with paintings and different stages and some in frames and this and that, we stay up there because there's a little sofa up there and a little TV, and this becomes all studio. When I've taught workshops, the furniture all came out so that I could get people in here for the workshops. So all that furniture had to go somewhere, and it went upstairs into our bedroom. So it's a very multi-purpose kind of room, but you can see that it's not like it's a separate structure. We have one room in the whole house, and that has a door, and it's the bathroom. That's mostly for our guests. And so we're redoing a deck. Here's our little feral cat that decided a guest wants to come in, decided to own the
right on cue.
Yeah, right on cue. Well, that, it took over a year to get her to even let us come near her. And now she runs the place. There's another part of the house or the studio that's really important. if you'll just follow me this way, this is the work room. And this is where paintings are varnished, packed, ready to framed, all of those things that you have to do to get ready for shows. So I have paintings over here that are framed and ready to pack and ship, paintings over there, and some frames over there that I have to get on these paintings. Some of them haven't been varnished yet. This is fabulous because in here I have all of my framing stuff, and it's very convenient. All my tools are all around, and so I can, you know, have paintings up here or drawings or whatever that I am considering turning into something, you know, or making a larger piece. But then I have all of these cabinets in here holding things that have to be held for this kind of stuff. It's amazing how much space an artist can use if they also work in a studio in addition to plein air. I have an entire bay I will not show you in my garage that just has boxes and frames in it. And so it does feel very lucky, you know, to have this kind of space, and this is, you know, two of the smaller toolboxes back to back that made this table. And it's very efficient. I can get a lot of work done. This is also where I box and ship books, you know, it's whatever that I can do in here. That's a nice clean space for doing that. And then, of course, we have a kitchen because, you know, we do eat. That Mark loves to cook and I love to eat, and so we get along really well there. And we have a place with wine. You know, I can tell when people come in the front door, if they go to the right, they go into the wine section. If they go to the left, they go in the studio, and it tells me a whole lot about a person, depending on how they go. The last thing that's really important to talk about, I think, are the pieces that are in the auction, because this is not about me in my studio. I'm doing this because I was asked to do this. But what it's really about is getting every cent we can to help the people in Maui. And so if you can bid on a painting, please do that. If you cannot bid, but you can give $10, we will take that $10. The paintings that are up for auction, I have two. I decided to put in two of different sizes because I wanted there to be, you know, maybe something that was a little more affordable. And so this is just a little sunset. And I can remember, this is not a plein air piece, but I can remember painting in this exact location. And there is absolutely nothing like a Maui sunset. And this piece is called Remembering Front Street. When I was, one of the years I was in the Maui Invitational, John Stern gave me the Irvine Museum Award for a plein air piece of this scene. I was standing in front of Fleetwood's painting on looking down Front Street or up Front Street, and it won an award that year. And so I no longer had that piece. This, of course, is slightly different because I don't copy paintings, but I used that plein air piece to inform the painting that I have here that's in the auction. And I'm so grateful for everybody who's been bidding on it. I really hope that somebody, you know, takes it home and feels good about what they're doing for the auction at the same time. It's you know, it's meaningful when you paint someplace, you feel like it becomes a part of you and you a part of it. And so the memory you have, like for instance, of standing painting that, or any number of other scenes that over the years I was fortunate enough to go, those are part of me. They're not just pictures on a camera, you know, they're in me. And I can remember subtle things about them. somebody walking by and with a cute little dog, or somebody, zooming by on a motorcycle, or just little things, a chicken crossing the road. And you remember all of those things, and they bring you right back there. And I was going to be a part of the 2024 Maui event, and was so excited about that because I haven't been in so long. And we have a whole lot more important things to do now, and helping them is first and foremost. My heart goes out to everyone who has lost anything. And of course, the lives that have been lost. It's just, the tragedy is so enormous. I can't wrap my brain around it. But I know these people, and we'll be back. We'll be back there for an event, and they will be different, but yet in their hearts, they'll still be the same. And so I feel very, very grateful to have seen it the way it was, and I will be there to celebrate as soon as it's new again.
Awesome. Well, Lori, thank you so much for the studio tour. Aloha. Are you going to play a little ukulele for us?
Well, I have a ukulele right here,
That's what
but you do not want me to play.
No, I think you should.
If I play the ukulele, it would definitely be an ending to this segment.
I'll do a little hula. You do a little. Hey, I wanted to congratulate you on your new book. This book is stunning. Most artists who put out books oftentimes don't go as far as you did. I mean, look how thick this thing is. And it's just super high quality, a major publisher, really, really rich. And to watch the progression of your career since I've known you, and to see what you've done is just amazing. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. And again, I appreciate everybody who's helping do this. And I'm just so grateful that everybody's coming together and donating, and all the hard work you're all putting into this event. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you for doing this, Lori. God bless you.
Mahalo.
Mahalo. Aloha. Bye-bye.
Aloha.
Okay, now we have a chance to hear from a lot of artists who have paintings in the auction, because they happen to be all together this weekend at the Buffalo Bill Art Show in Cody, Wyoming. And Heather Burton, who is one of the organizers of this auction and this event, went to Buffalo Bill so she can be there and talk to some of those artists. Let's do that now.
I'm here with several of the Buffalo Bill Art Show artists that also donated pieces for Artists for Lahaina. I have Stephanie Hartshorn and Jane Hunt, Dave Sanianis, David Dibble, Matt Smith, and Josh Elliott. I'm here with Jane Hunt, and she's going to tell us why she felt compelled to do the auction.
Hi everyone. I saw the outpouring of support, and I just wanted to jump in. The very last plein air event I did was Maui plein air in 2020, right as COVID hit, and it was just the most incredible, hospitable place. I've painted on Maui a lot, but that was really memorable to me doing that event. So I'm really happy to have an opportunity to give back. And as far as a tip, that's a good question. I guess the one thing I always say is make sure you remember your concept. Come up with a concept, for a sketch. Do a sketch, and then keep your concepts in mind all the way through your painting. That's sort of my number one tip for students. So
great. Thanks so much, Jane.
Thanks, Heather.
I'm here with Dave Sanianis, my husband, and he's going to tell us why he felt compelled to do the auction.
Hi, everyone. First of all, my thoughts and prayers are with everyone in Lahaina and in Maui, dealing with that the tragedy over there. I've been fortunate enough to meet so many wonderful people, so many artists, gallery owners. I did the Maui plein air event for 3 or 4 years. I met my wife over there, so I have a really deep connection with Maui and the people of Maui. And part of the reason that we're doing what we're doing is we feel helpless here. We're 1,000 miles away, and we feel like we need to be there and we can't be there. And so this is the next best thing, is we can only do what we can do from afar. And for me, that meant donating some paintings to the auction. Again, our thoughts are with you. We feel like even though we're far apart, we're with you in more than spirit. We're with you in deed too. So just everyone over there, take care, and again, thank you.
Can you give us an art tip?
So here's my art tip for, and it's something I tell my workshop students all the time, especially my plein air students. When you're out painting, ignore composition. And usually that comes with a caveat that you don't ignore composition once you get in the studio, but outdoors there are so many things to tackle outdoors, and you can get overwhelmed. Composition is something that really you could spend hours, weeks, you could spend months composing a painting, but outdoors you don't have that time, so ignore it. Outdoors, get light, atmosphere, shapes, values, get all that done. Ignore composition, work on that stuff in the studio. Just get information outdoors. It takes a little bit of the pressure off. So that's my big tip.
Thanks so much. I'm here with David Dibble, and he's going to tell us why he felt compelled to do the Artists for Lahaina auction.
Oh boy, I think all of us were so affected when we saw the destruction and the things that had happened there, and so just as humans, we wanted to reach out and be part of something, some way to help. It's across the ocean and far away in a way that we couldn't drive there ourselves and help, and so some way to do it. And as artists, our skill set's limited. We're not going to fly a helicopter there, but we can paint. We can do something that we can do. And so I have had lots of friends who have participated in the Maui plein air in the past, and I've always wanted to, but just never got a chance to do that. And so I feel like I've known it in a surrogate way through my friends who have been a part of it, and have loved to have a special place in my heart for the people there in the place because of seeing the experiences of my friends and how much they've loved that place, and the people there especially. Everyone's come home from that event and always talked about how special the people were there, and so I was grateful to just be involved in some small way.
And do you have an art tip for us?
Oh boy, art tip, so many. I would say when I found a brush dip, like a linseed oil or a stand oil that you can dip your brushes in at the end of the day, then you don't have to wash them out as much, changed my life.
Awesome. Thanks so much. I'm here with Josh Elliott, and he's going to tell us why he felt compelled to do the Artists for Lahaina auction.
Well, I feel like it was an opportunity for me because there's so many times where there's a tragic situation like this and I feel helpless, like I want to be able to do something. And then the organizers of Artists for Lahaina actually gave me the opportunity to do something about it, and I'm just so grateful for that.
Okay, do you have an art tip for us?
I would say paint or sculpt or draw what you're excited about, and your excitement in that will translate into something that someone else hopefully is excited in and would want to purchase it.
Great. Thanks so much, Josh.
Thank you.
I'm here with Matt Smith, and he's going to tell us why he felt compelled to do the auction.
Well, aside from the human distress, I mean, how horrible the thing was, a couple of good friends decided to put this together, and I trust them, and decided I wanted to support Lahaina and what they were doing, and it's just the right thing. I mean, the footage and news reports I've read and seen online and on television has just been absolutely devastating. It's just a horrible thing, and I so feel for those people and what they've been through, and anything to help, I was willing to step up and do, and it looks like it's just been an incredible success.
Thanks, Matt. And do you have an art tip for us?
Sure. I'm just coming off of literally a month being on the road. This show here at Simpson Gallagher is the grand finale. But I would really recommend that you all take seriously the importance of painting from direct observation. I was up the coast of Oregon, over to Mount Rainier, and into Montana and Wyoming, and so it's been a diverse, varied topography, landscape, as well as weather changes and all that. And in order for me, and I think everybody, to really understand how natural light and atmospheric conditions work, you've got to be out there painting it and observing it from direct observation. It's so important. And a lot of these small paintings I do, I'm not going to do anything with them. I'll bring them back to the studio, use them as reference, maybe even paint over them. But it gives me a 2-hour window of time to really observe what's going on and how I can use that to support the reference, any photographic reference I might use in the studio.
Thanks so much, Matt.
It's my pleasure, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was fabulous. Thank you, Heather, and thank you to the Buffalo Bill artists participating. We were really honored that you're here and that you put paintings in the auction, so thank you. We have a giveaway now. We're going to give away, we have an event called Realism Live coming up in November. It's the 4th annual. It is a 4-day event. A general admission ticket is $397. We're going to give away one. We have 35 top artists teaching, and this is a variety of topics, anything that's real. So it could be impressionistic, it could be academic, but anything that's real, we're teaching you the topics. And the winner is Connie Lampin. And Connie, make sure you go in the chat and say, hey, I heard my name, and then email us winner@streamlinepublishing.com. Next up, we have another giveaway. We have a similar event. It's called Watercolor Live, and it's an online event. John Salmonin and Kiko Tanabe and many, many, many others, 35 top artists at Watercolor Live. And the winner for this January event is Jenny Kinberg. Jenny, remember, go into the chat. Hey, it's me. I won. Thank you. Oh, and we have a third giveaway. We have the plein air convention. This will be the 11th annual. It's going to be in the Smoky Mountains. First time we've gone east, and it's already almost sold out, actually. Joe Paquette's going to be doing a pre-convention workshop. Amit Kapoor, the great watercolorist from India, Jill Carver, Don Demers, about 80 top instructors, and Blair Brown. It's going to be huge. And the winner to the plein air convention is Nancy Halliday. Nancy, congratulations. Make sure you contact us. Now, stay tuned because we have more artists and we have more giveaways coming. And including, we have 2 more painters from the group, the Plein Air Painters of America. But first, John is going to introduce our next musical guest.
Home to help out when he learned of the auction. He topped the Billboard reggae charts with 5 different albums and collaborated with Willie Nelson and Jimmy Buffett. Here's a song he recorded in honor of Lahaina.
Hello everyone, it's me, Mishka, and I'm here with 2 of my favorite musicians, Sarah and Chris, and we're just going to play a couple tunes for you right now. This one for the people of Lahaina, this one's called Coastline Journey.
just to see her shining face.
We're incredibly grateful that you would share your talents with us. I know being this is called Artists for Lahaina, but we use artists always as a very broad term, right? It's musicians and fine artists, anyone in the arts, and we appreciate you sharing your talents. Next up, we have a person very near and dear to me, a close friend forever, Ronaldo Macedo. He is maybe, I would say, the best known artist in all the Hawaiian Islands. He is one of the best artists in the country. And I've been grateful to know him since I started out, one of my first years even in the art world. We became fast friends. He had me over to his place to stayed with him and painted with him and learned so much from him. Thank you for coming on today, Ronaldo.
Hi, John.
There's that smile. I talked about your smile earlier in the program. You have the most warm, welcoming smile of anyone I've ever known. Thank you.
Thanks.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe could I ask you a few questions if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, where are you now? What location are you in right now?
I'm in my studio, and my studio is right above Lahaina. It took them about a month and a half to let us back in here. There's quite a few burn zones around me, and I have to drive through a major burn zone to get here. So they had this blocked off for a while to clear the air, make sure the air was safe, and to make sure there's no, dead bodies and stuff like that. And so I'm at the studio now, and I have power, I have water, cannot drink the water. And just this morning I got internet. So it's a blessing to have this place. I thought my house was gone a couple of days after the fire, and it turned out it wasn't. But and then I found out that my studio was still here because a lot of stuff burned around my studio. And I happen to have more stuff here at the studio than I do at my house. Stuff that is part of my, part of my career, part of my kids' lives, everything. So I'm really blessed to have this standing.
I would imagine. And I know we've been talking throughout this show so much, Ronaldo, about how Lahaina has welcomed us all in. It's welcomed people from all over the world, not just artists. It welcomes everybody who comes. And how have you seen like that welcoming that we've seen now, that aloha or the spirit of Lahaina, how has it been coming out in the last month? How have you seen people helping each other or sharing love or care or concern?
Well, in the first few days, the people that evacuated to the north of Lahaina, I evacuated to the south. So I was able to get to the main city of Kahului, and I stayed there until August 30th. But the people that evacuated north to Kanapali, Napili, Kapalua, they were pretty much stranded because around that side of the island, it's like a Hana road. It's like a really tiny road, basically a one-car lane road that with a cliff towards the ocean. So those people were pretty much cut off. And what happened was a lot of the boat owners that had still boats in the water went over to Mount Laia, which is in central Maui, and loaded up the boats with supplies and sailed over to the beaches in Kanapali and delivered like food and water and just basic stuff and told them what was going on, because nobody knew. Everybody that stayed up north here for about 4 or 5 days, nobody knew how bad things were, because there was no cell phone service, there's nothing, no electricity. So those people, like the people of Maui, like coming together like that, it was pretty amazing.
Wow. And I understand you had mentioned your wife got involved too with helping people with filling out.
Yeah, because we ended up on the other side. I think a couple of days after, we kind of were bouncing from couch to couch from people's homes that they gave us. She decided, she's a financial planner, and she's like, I know how the FEMA thing works. I'm going to go to the War Memorial. It's where they had a shelter, and it was thousands of people at the shelter. It's basically a huge football gym, like the size of a football field, and it's inside of a gym, and that's where they had people living and sleeping. And before FEMA got there, she went around and started asking people if they wanted help applying for FEMA and applying for Red Cross aid and all that. So she went through the process herself online because we had internet connection on the other side of the island. So she helped a lot of people. And, I had the gallery that I'm with, they have a gallery in Wailea, and I had a salesperson from Wailea call me like 2 or 3 days after the fire and ask me if I could do a commission or this or that. They hadn't even like heard or realized that Lahaina was gone.
That's incredible.
So the realities, the different realities for 5 days to about 7 days of who knew what was going on, who was living in dire straits, and then who was living a normal life. It was just jarring to the brain, to know that. So
and for people who are watching, I believe, I'm trying to remember, Wailea is about an hour drive. So within it, would you say it's an hour drive?
Yeah.
So within an hour drive, had absolutely no idea that Lahaina was gone.
They didn't know. They didn't know the details. That the state, the county, they weren't like really. I mean, I don't think the state and the county came to the west side until 2 or 3 days later, because the reports that I got later was that all the residents that were helping West Maui with boats didn't see anybody around for 2 to 3 days.
That's so incredible.
And the island, and this side, it was also I'm on the Kanapali side now. I'm north of Lahaina right now, and this side also still had a lot of tourists from the hotels, and the tourists were coming down the hotels and getting in line to get food and water from the boats, because the hotels just fell apart because all the people that work at the hotels, they live in Lahaina. And all those families lost their homes, lost family members, lost everything. So there weren't people at the hotels to work, but there were still guests, and there was no way to get out, you know.
Yeah, because that road around, you couldn't go through
You
line.
can't take a bus through there. So you can take cars, but not a bus. And so eventually they cleared the road enough. About, I think, 7 days later, they cleared the road enough to bring a bus and take the tourists out towards Kahului Airport. But then the flights were all messed up. So they ended up at the shelter as well. They ended up at War Memorial, a lot of the tourists.
Wow.
And I ended up at a house up country, up the volcano. I ended up at a house there about 5 days later. And a family, I don't know who they are. They offered us the house to stay there. And then I got word that there was 11 people coming to the house as well. And it was a group of 11 people that were staying in Kaanapali as a work family vacation. And they've been at the War Memorial for 2 days, and they're trying to get a flight out. And friends of theirs says, get out of there. You know, we get you this house up country. So they show up at this house. And they ask, like, I get choked up, sorry.
It's okay.
They asked my name, and I told them, and then they had a painting of mine at their office. So anyway, it was
it's touching.
It was a divine coincidence. They have a business in Newport Beach, and they designed their office around my painting. So It was just like really weird. And eventually they left about 2 days later. The family of 11, they left and went back to Newport Beach. And I stayed at the house for about 20 days. And then August 30th, we moved to Kaanapali here to a friend of mine's house. So my house made it. My house is part of a neighborhood of 230 units on the south of Lahaina. And 40% of that burned. So,
yeah, I feel. Ronaldo, I know when I watched, and I mentioned this to you, in the housing community you live in, I remember watching the news and seeing the front sign for your housing community, and there was nothing behind it. And I remember I later found out that your house was one of the ones that survived, but it was tough. And I know this is hard for you, Ronaldo, and I sure appreciate. I mean, this is just a moment where everyone could see. I mean, this is not something in the past. This is something now, and everyone in Lahaina needs our help. It's still going on. They're still trying to figure out where they're going to live, how they're going to eat. You know, when you think about a town leaving, you think about grocery stores are leaving, restaurants are leaving, homes are leaving. And you mentioned that guy. That gentleman from Newport had one of your paintings, Ronaldo. I remember, I'll never forget, a treasure I have. I don't know if you remember when we traded paintings once. We were in Colorado, and he painted the Rocky Mountains, and I joked with him that one of the mountains looked like a volcano because of his Hawaiian influence. I treasured it, and I still treasure it. It was one of the greatest paintings to have one of your paintings in my collection. So I'm incredibly grateful to you.
I have one of your paintings over here that you did of when we did a dry run for the Islanders for the plein air event, and you painted Lahaina Poko, and so I have these little treasures, here, like trays that I've done with artists, and I'm so lucky that this didn't burn down. I mean, just down the street here, there's 2 buildings that burned down completely. I'm in a row. I'm like in an industrial area. And so I'm really, really lucky. Like, I'm really lucky that my house is there. I cannot live in it. I don't know for how long, but it could have been a lot worse for me. But what happens is, I don't think what people understand is that the people of Lahaina and the people of West Maui, everybody's so close. Everybody knows each other from Olowalu to Kapalua. And And there's a population that lives here full time, and there's a population that comes, and they come in the wintertime. And those two populations are like, everybody's so close, so that when this happens, everybody that lost everything is such a collective loss that people like myself that didn't lose my house, the pain is so strong because all my friends lost their houses. All my friends lost their businesses, restaurants. There's people that lost the restaurant, their house, and family members. So the everyday roller coaster of feelings is just out of this world, and the reality, like I saw a little bit of the show when I signed on here, and just to know that like the rest of the world has one reality, and the reality here in West Maui is completely different, and the reality in Lahaina right now is completely different from even the Upper West Side, Kanapali, Napili, Kapalua. But we're all realizing that the collective loss for our friends, that's what's painful. That's what it's hard to get over, every day you get up and you think about it. So.
Yeah, I would imagine. And I know we just talked on the phone the other day, and it's just a constant reminder of, the next news story in the United States moves on, but the news story in Maui has not moved on. They need our help.
No.
And can you, and then what things can you tell us? What are the greatest needs that you see around right now for friends and neighbors?
I think that, as far as like supplies, food and water and clothes, I think that there was enough of a surge that I think that's going to be okay. Hopefully water will keep being okay. Because everything has to be like trucked in, or not by boat anymore, but now the roads are clear. Everything's getting trucked in. I think that I signed up for assistance, financial assistance, and I think Oprah and Dwayne like put it really well. I signed up for their assistance because I have to pay. I might end up having, the reality of people is that they're going to end up paying rent, but they still have mortgage and HOA fees, and that's going to go on for 2 to 4 years. Well, some of the condos right here below me, they're talking about it's going to take 4 to 5 years to rebuild them. So those people are going to have to live somewhere else. They're going to end up having to pay rent eventually, and they still have their mortgage. The bank doesn't care that you don't live there, that you can't live there. They still have to pay the mortgage. So Oprah and Dwayne put it really well. It's like what they can use the most is money, because when you have a little bit of a buffer, a little bit of a financial savings, it makes you feel a little bit at ease, because when you don't have a house, you don't have a job, and you don't have money, then it feels really bad.
Yeah.
But when you don't have a house and you don't have a job, but you got a little bit of money in the bank, and you think, okay, I can make it the next 6 months, I can make it the next 2-3 months, then it's a little bit easier. So I think that there's kind of I'm glad that there's been kind of like this revolutionary technology that people are getting, they're getting funds via Venmo, because I guess GoFundMe works too, but somebody has to distribute it. But Venmo has been incredible because my gallery has helped me amazing. They did a GoFund. I don't know how much they got, Lahaina Galleries, but they gave me in the first 5 days, they gave me some money to cover things, and then in the next 10 days, 20 days, they gave me more money. And that's like, they're family to me. I've been with the same gallery since 1994. And they've been amazing. And the owner lost his house. The
Wow.
owner,
Okay.
the owner and the wife, Nancy and Jim Killett, and their son and their son's wife were living with them. And they're probably close to 80, I think. They're in their late 70s. They were in a cul-de-sac in Lahaina and with only one way out. And I can't imagine. I mean, the winds were blowing at 80 miles an hour. The fire was moving. They say the fire was moving like 10, 20 feet per second. And I don't know how they made it out, but they made it out. And they've been staying at the windy road around the Kahakoloa side, past Kapalua. A lot of artists have gone to Kahakoloa to paint Kahakoloa. They're staying there, and they didn't take any money from the GoFundMe. They gave it to the people that work at the gallery. They gave it to there's a woman that writes my checks for the gallery. Her husband is a firefighter. She's got 4 kids, and she's probably in her 30s. They lost their house. And he was there. You know, he's a firefighter, and they couldn't save anything. Really. They had to run away from it because it was moving that fast. But so I think back to your question, I think money really does calm us down a little bit, because I feel like, well, if I have to use that money to pay for a hotel room, at least I can do that. Right. But if I don't, I'll sleep in my car. You know, I'll sleep on the beach. I'll sleep here. I'll sleep there. So I think food, water, there's been enough donations, enough programs going on right now. I don't know what it's going to be like 6 months from now.
Right.
You know, so that I think money has helped. So
can I interject? Lahaina Galleries, because you mentioned Lahaina Galleries, it is gone, correct? All the paintings and the gallery.
No, Lahaina Galleries just before COVID, they closed Front Street.
Oh, they're not on Front. Okay.
They're not on Front Street anymore. They only have the gallery in Wailea. They closed. So what happened was another artist, Roy Tabora, took over part of the space on Front Street, but it was right during COVID. So I didn't join the gallery until about March of this year, and they were right on Front Street, and I had about 14 paintings in there, but it's okay. You know, the paintings, I lost the paintings. It's fine. You know, my odds are good. But when you say the gallery is gone, the paintings are gone, all of Lahaina is gone.
Yeah, the building. That's why, because I knew where it was located. Yeah.
No, everything is gone in Lahaina. Everything from where Front Street ends to Puamana, it's all gone. All of Front Street is gone. You can see the ocean from the farthest street back towards the highway. You can see through Lahaina. You can see the ocean. So, believe it or not, some of the churches made it.
Yeah, that's what I've seen on the news.
So my kids were born and raised in Lahaina, and they went to Sacred Heart's school, and they're about 2 blocks in from Front Street, Maria Lanikia Church. That church made it. Part of the school was burned. I heard the church that has Jesus Coming Soon sign.
Right.
I heard that made it. I don't know that it did or not.
Okay. So, down by the Jodo Mission, the one down there.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of the artists used to paint that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, hey, Ronaldo, I am so grateful for your time. I'm so great. I know it is difficult to talk about this. This is close to the heart for you and close to the heart for us. I can't say how much I appreciate it. I want to let everyone know, first, a big thank you to you to share with us an insight that we can't get any other way. And 2, as I mentioned before, is I own a Ronaldo Macedo. Besides, you know, we're trying to raise money through this auction, but Ronaldo has a website, and his paintings are absolutely amazing. everyone in the sound of my voice is, if you buy a Ronaldo Macedo, you're buying one of the greatest artists in our country, and will always be remembered.
Thank you.
So I would ask you would all go visit his website and be in touch and look for his galleries. So thank you very much, Ronaldo. Is there anything else you'd like to share before we go?
Yeah, I think that the thing I was thinking about it this morning is that I am so glad that I met John Cosby in 2001, and John Cosby got me into the Laguna Plein Air event in 2002, and it really got me inspired to do the Maui Plein Air event, and it finally came to fruition in 2006, and I think that my goal back then was to bring the best painters from the mainland, the best painters around the country, and come to Maui and share what they do, share what they know, and improve the quality of work in Maui, in Hawaii. And it did that. It did that. And not only did that, but I think a lot of relationships were formed and cemented since 2006. The show ran until 2020, before COVID. And I can't tell you how, and you probably know, all these people that came to Maui and fell in love with the people here. And the people here, the host families fell in love with the artists. And so many people have amazing art of Lahaina town. The show was in Lahaina town for 3/4 of the running period. That gallery is gone, and Ling Shu's gallery. But that's like, I hold on to that memory of everybody that we've met over the years, all the artists that we brought over the years that came here and painted with the Hawaii artists. And someday it'll happen again. I can't say when, but the people will bring it back together, because that's an event that people loved in Lahaina town.
Well, Ronaldo, as you mentioned that, I hadn't put that all together till just now, but I remember when you first were thinking about doing the Maui Plein Air, and you talked to me about it. I wasn't the only, you talked to many people like, hey, would you guys be willing to come? And yeah, that was a big arm twister. Do you want to come to Maui paint? Right? Sure, I'll come. But I never thought that what you were building had a huge effect on today, right? The amount of artists who are ready to talk about the Maui Plein Air. I know my experience in Maui goes to, my parents brought me there. My parents went there on their honeymoon. I brought my kids there. I know it's in my blood, and I have a great concern, but there's a lot of artists that maybe if you wouldn't have put together Maui Plein Air, there wouldn't be even an event like this. And the historicalness of the amount of paintings that because of that starting Maui Plein Air, there are so many paintings that were painted on location that are now incredibly historical.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
I have a painting of Gregla Rocks from the top of Lahaina Luna looking down at the smokestack.
I think
we traded.
Looking all the way down to the ocean, right?
Yeah.
I think I remember that painting.
Yeah, we traded. Yeah. Everybody, Laurie Putnam, Kevin McPherson, Don. I don't think Don Timur's ever made it. He tried. He came here and painted with me, but he never made it. Randy Sexton replaced Don in 2006 because Don pulled out last second, and then Randy got Best in Show in 2006.
Nice switch.
So John Stern has been a big part. He's been a big part of the show and really brought a lot of people. Loved his lecture. He did a lecture once, once the event started, and it was sold out. It wasn't paid, but it was standing room, and people look forward to his lecture every year. People look forward to painting. We did a kickoff at Lahaina Harbor every year, and it was amazing.
Brought a lot of weight. He brought a lot of weight to the Maui.
It was amazing. But the relationships that the host families formed with these artists that stayed with them, it's amazing. To this day, people come over here just to visit the host families. The host families travel to the mainland and visit the artists. It's just, it's really incredible.
Yeah, I know. I connected with my host family very close as well. So thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Ronaldo, I really appreciate it. you know this, of course, my love to your family. We wish you all the best. I know I'll be in touch with you in the future, but
Thanks.
we're there to support. I will just mention on air right now, I know as of this morning, we've raised $250,000, which is
That's awesome.
So thank you.
I know how much work it took on you guys to do this. So I appreciate it. On behalf of Lahaina, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Ronaldo. Hang in there.
Okay.
Okay. See you, buddy.
Aloha.
Okay, so now we will be joined by Mike Hernandez, who is a close friend, and will be joining me for a digital painting demo. We both have worked in the fine art world. We've both worked in the film world. Mike is one of the 3 people who really brought me into the film world. Mike Hernandez working at DreamWorks, and Dylan Cole, who worked at Avatar, and David Dibble at Blue Sky. And I will never forget with Mike working at DreamWorks, the first time I met him, he came up here to paint, and I was so blown away by his gouache paintings that ever since I certainly talk to anyone who will listen to me about his work. So thanks for joining me, Mike.
Thanks for having me, John. It's a pleasure to be on.
So it sounds like we are going to do a digital demo. If you have time and ability to do that, or are we going to talk about gouache? It's all up to you.
We can kind of I was going to scribble a little bit of a digital demo. Yeah. I mean, something in the spirit of Hawaii. Why not? Right.
That'd be wonderful.
So if you'd like, we could talk about anything you want while I'm painting this, by the way.
That'd be great.
But I'll just go ahead and just put it on screen, and we could talk art. We can talk
Mike
history.
Sorry to interrupt. Mike has 2 awesome paintings in the auction, 2 gouache paintings. I think he and I are the only ones with gouache in there, and they're both beautiful. So yeah, that'd be great. Mike, I believe you understand how to get a hold of this screen.
I was just going to add that Tiffany Meng, I believe, also has some gouache paintings in the show too.
Oh, that's right. Tiffany does. And she is absolutely incredible. That woman is learning at too fast of a rate. We used to say in art school, it's time to break some fingers when they start learning so fast. Like, she went from just meeting her with you to being as good as anyone out there.
Yes, she's phenomenal. Let me see. So I'm going to share screen, and I'm going to select which one to share. Let's see. So untitled, blah, blah, blah. Oh, wow. It's asking me all kinds of, here we go. So I'm going to share that. So it's a quick sketch. Since I'm only allowed to share one screen at a time, that's basically the rough lay-in I did. Since I know we are limited in time, I was just going to do this really quick from a photograph from Lahaina. And the location, it's a really, really long name. And I know a lot of the names in Hawaii have really long, beautiful names to them. So I'm not even going to attempt the name, but it's one of those black sand beaches in Hawaii. It's on Maui somewhere. So I'm going to go ahead and start painting. And if you and I just want to start talking anything, color, gouache, digital paint, our history as friends, whatever you want to talk about is totally cool with me.
Fantastic. Well, actually, I'd like to say something about how you started, because I did a digital demo with Eric yesterday and was talking about seeing shapes in the way I see you really put abstract shapes down. That it looks to me like you're not as concerned if it's a tree or an island or a mountain. It's an abstract shape that will help your composition.
Correct. Yeah, I'm like you. I've heard you give a talk before, which was really inspiring, and I always connect every time I hear a lot of other artists talk about their work, especially the ones I admire the most. It's nice to hear something that resonates, and it just kind of validates some of the things that I'm teaching or thinking when I do my work. And to hear someone as good as you, and I have a lot of respect for what you do. Hear you say those things just really validates.
My mom owes you a lot of money, Mike, for those comments.
She'll get it. But I heard you say something about shape making, that you're mostly a shape maker, and you think in shape primarily shape over color. Shape over detail. And that resonated with me a lot, because I like to think the same way. And when I teach the same. You know, it's I always try to favor shape design. Put down your shapes first, because your viewers' eyes, like my own eyes, are always drawn to the shape of things, and we respond to the shapes of those things. I think it's just inherent in us as not just designers, but as people on this planet, to respond to the shape of objects in life, to their hierarchy and how they grab us. So that's the first thing I do, is I just kind of throw down some straights and some curves, and to make sure that I have a variety of small, medium, and large shapes in there, that there's a good sense of variety for the viewer's eye to play around with. If that variety isn't there, then it just kind of, it goes flat. And no matter how much color and beautiful texture and lighting I give it, it's just not going to work if the foundation of shape and composition isn't there.
And I remember you talking in one of your lectures about the comparing of variety versus unity. I remember you went a bit on that, of like how you can give enough variety to make things look different, but enough unity so it holds together. Can you expand on that?
Yeah. The variety, you know, I think a lot of that, again, it just kind of comes down to hierarchy. If I'm remembering what I talked about based on what you're asking, that variety has a lot to do with what's in the foreground, I think, more than anything, when I'm thinking about my subject. But then when things tend to get too complicated, you can't have variety everywhere in a scene. There's certain areas where all of that variety needs to come together and create a shape. So you can also have unity, where all of those shapes come together to create a bigger mass. I think that might have been what I was talking about. Does that sound familiar?
Absolutely. Yeah, and Mike talked about coming to watch one of my demos. I've come to, besides painting with each other, we've been to each other when we each of us are giving demos. I'm always trying to learn from Mike. Yeah, can you also share, I know you're not doing it so much here because it's digital, but in your gouache paintings, talk about a little bit about the broken color or the marbling effect, because you do get it. And actually it's certainly really prevalent in one of your donation pieces for the auction, but I've always marveled at how you do that.
Yeah, you know, I picked up on it when I started following CW Monday's work. You know, he's done it more than I think most artists I've seen in modern art. And I know that there's a lot of artists that do it, you know, a lot of figuring out the balance between heavily mixed color versus unmixed color, right? Areas where you're mixing to a solid color, so that way it has an area for the eyes to rest, versus areas that have a lot of unmixed color that kind of have that marbling effect. And I guess for me, what it creates is a vocabulary and a shorthand for detail or color texturizing something. So Tad Retz is another friend of mine who does a lot of painting, and I think he's also really good friends with CW as well. And he's also really heavy-handed in knowing how to use that as a vocabulary tool in painting, where instead of going in and doing, let's say, a bunch of texture in these rocks and painstakingly going in and trying to figure out all the color and the texture involved, you could also create shorthands with the texture of your paint based on maybe the amplitude of that texture, how heavy it is and how marbled it is. And then you can kind of say it satisfies the viewer's eye for that area of detail that they need, based on the size of the marbling and the frequency of the marbling, and based on areas that maybe don't have any marbling. That could be maybe the sky doesn't have any of that marbling in it, so the sky feels flat. Textures of water can have it. So there is a balance, and there is a fine line between how you're going to use it and where it can become a gimmick. I think in your work, and that's always something that I continue to struggle with, to kind of make sure that there's a really good balance, that I'm not going too heavily handed with it.
It's so funny, Mike. It's so true with all artists, because we talk about, well, I'm hoping, because I see your work only as fantastic, but we're always questioning, are we doing this too much? Are we doing it too little? You know, it's always interesting. It's kind of an insight of how, if Mike and I were together out painting, we'd probably be talking just like this. And, you know, you might look sometimes at someone's work like Mike and think he's got it totally figured out, which I think he does, but still wondering if he's if he's, accomplishing what he hopes to.
Yeah, I don't think I ever have it figured out. And that's the thing about art is I like the mystery behind not knowing whether or not I have it all figured out, and if one day I get to the place where I think I've got it figured out, then the fun is all gone. The adventure is over, the hike to the mountain is finished. So it's nice to have the bit of mystery in the work for sure. And I by no means got it figured out.
This is looking beautiful, by the way, Mike. It's amazing in just a few strokes, because how quickly you're able to give the sense of light and place.
Oh yeah, thank you. Sometimes selecting a good photograph that's inspiring is good, but also sometimes selecting an image that has no inspiration to it at all is another good way to do these paintings, for me at least. Sometimes I like selecting a photograph that doesn't need my help. That needs my help. I'm sorry. It's no fun when I look at a photo of an image that looks like it doesn't really need my help at all. Looks like it's already justified. It's finished. It's painted. And I can do those, and they're really great. But I like the challenge of trying to figure out what I can bring to the party.
I get that feeling too sometimes, because I know one thing for myself is I don't want to be a big copy machine or a big Xerox machine. Like if the photo works and I'm just going stroke for stroke, I feel like what did I accomplish here? Where's the poetry? And I do love working from a great photograph, but in the end, you want to have a poetic statement about it. So which you certainly do.
Yeah, I mean, at least I think so, right? I mean, I'd like to think that there has to be some sort of a statement, some sort of a contribution to the image, as opposed to I painted it that way because that's the way it looked, and I had to. That whole statement of being kind of a slave to your subject, where you Chen Chung Wei, that watercolor artist, he came down to do a workshop, and he was the one to kind of coin that phrase of not being a slave to your subject and making sure that you're controlling the subject matter, and that the photograph is just kind of a jumping off point and
launching pad.
It's a launching pad, and it's inspiration, and it's just a suggestion for where you can start.
If I could also add, Mike, on this, for those of you who are watching, he's painting this digitally, but I find watching someone paint digitally is a great education, because even though it's digital and you might think, oh, I don't paint digitally, but what you're getting to do is see inside his mind, because there's no brush blocking. There's no his back blocking. Mike is 6'4", maybe. He's not standing in front of that canvas. You don't have a bad seat. Like, you're watching Mike's mind and how he thinks as he's processing this information.
Yeah, and I know you do a lot of digital painting now. I mean, I'd love to know from your perspective. When I met you, you were primarily, at least I thought you were primarily, a fine art painter, in the fine art world.
Oh, I'll never forget, Mike. You sat down with me and I said, how in the world do you paint in Photoshop? And you took I was always appreciative. I pulled my computer out and you said, here, let me help you. And I think, if I remember correctly, you did it with a mouse pad, because I didn't even have a Wacom. Right now, Mike's painting on a Wacom tablet, which would have a brush. I think you did it all with your finger. And I was just blown away.
Yeah, little did I know you were just kind of tricking me to see what I knew, because you were already proficient in the computer. I think you were pretty darn good.
I don't think I was. I think what's interesting about it is that I've told people, when I went over to digital and went into film, I spoke a language. So I spoke, French, and then I went into digital and I was learning Chinese, or maybe it was even closer. Maybe it was another Romance language. But I had the basis of a language. And I knew, like most people who learn 5 languages, they knew that they could learn it. Like a lot of people who get into art think either I can do it or I'll never be able to do it. But once you've built that and realized, a lot of the gift, I think, that you're blessed with is potential, and then you have to work your tail off. Once you work your tail off in one medium or like that, I think then the next, when I got into digital, I was able to just say, okay, I know the work that it will take. But no, I was certainly not proficient when you and I painted.
Yeah, I think you're sure right. There's a lot that needs to be said about your ability, right? Your ability to understand the grammar of visual communication as a tool. And then from there, visual communication comes in many forms, and I know that right now what I'm doing digitally, there's a lot of rage against the machine, right? A lot of people who don't believe in the digital platform, that they quote say, it's not paint. You're not painting. It's not real liquid. So it's not paint. It's not art. And that's a whole different debate, that goes into the politics of art on another time. But it is a form of expression. And to me, art is just that. It's expression. Whether you express it through clay, through paint, through digital format, it's how you take something from your mind and you use whatever medium you're using to convey that emotion and then transfer it down. Once it gets interpreted, it means something to the viewer. And that to me is the whole essence of the expression between the medium you choose to use. So here, for example, I'm using digital medium. It's to me no different from the way I use traditional medium, in the sense that my mind is still thinking about the mark making, the textures, where to put the most color, where to put less color, where to push on shape, your shape vocabulary. That is no different for me than traditional real liquid paint versus digital paint. It's kind of the same both ways around. There are advantages and disadvantages to both of these mediums that I've actually found that I've had to kind of live with. I know for sure that there is, like, one of the biggest advantages in digital medium is when you put down a mark and a color, what you see is what you get. When I do this with gouache, what I see isn't necessarily what I'm going to get. It's probably going to dry a little differently. It may dry a little bit darker. I may not get the same color. So all of those things might change. But ultimately, it also has many disadvantages as well. Sense that I can't hang real, true, luminescent textured paint on a canvas. There's nothing that'll replace the look of that up on a wall, right? That's just something that's really beautiful.
I was also going to comment when you said about gouache, how it dries. I just think the whole reaction of gouache, I know when people ask me about my gouache paintings, I will say, I have an opinion and the gouache has an opinion, and we meet somewhere in the middle. When I'm painting digitally, it comes out kind of for better or for worse what I want, and oil for better or for worse what I want. But gouache, it's never even close to the direction I was going. It keeps its own opinion. And in the end, so a lot of times when I finish gouache painting, I don't even know if I like it, because it had such a strong opinion until I let it sit for a little while, marinate, come back to it and like, okay, thank you, gouache, for doing me some favors.
That's really interesting you say that. That's one of the biggest reasons why I don't seal my gouache, because I never know what I'm going to get when I spray varnish gouache. I know that that's become also another big topic for a lot of people who ask, I get it pretty much almost every time I post a gouache painting. I'll get somebody asking, how do you seal your varnish? Do you put it behind glass? And that's a huge question. I get that all the time. And it's a very legitimate question, right? How do you varnish it? What do you do with it? I don't like to varnish it, because in the past I've experimented with varnishing, and you don't know what you're going to get. It's exactly what you said, it can do whatever it is it's going to do. Half of the time when I spray varnished, I didn't like the results.
Yeah. And I remember what, for me, like the first maybe 50, maybe 20 to 50 gouache paintings I ever did, I never showed anybody, because it was not coming out the way I wanted. And then realized that I liked its opinion more and more.
Yeah, I like that opinion statement. I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
Really cool.
This is looking great. Maybe you could talk a little bit on thought process right here, Mike.
Yeah, the hardest part about this area here is it's extremely abstract in the photo. It is a whole bunch of broken rocks. And in the essence, in the value of time, right? Time of the essence, which I don't have a lot of, you want to come up with some sort of a shorthand on how to really communicate all of the detail without painstakingly laboring all of that vocabulary. I don't want to spell it, is my point, right? I don't want to spell out everything that's going on here. I want to create a shorthand. And that's when maybe textured paint can kind of help me in this area. I'm contemplating whether or not I should try a little bit of marbleizing of color here, just to try to see if I can get something that speaks a different language, but when it's translated, it means the same thing, right? Like this would take me some time to work up and figure out how to get all of that vocabulary in here. Or what I could do is I can create a new layer, and I can start messing around with, in real paint, we know how to do this, right? If it's oil, what you're going to do is grab a whole bunch of unmixed color on your brush. Like I'll grab a bunch of grays and a bunch of umbers, siennas and violets and stuff. And then I'll just start marbleizing and seeing what happens. And then maybe mix the colors on the paint instead of on the palette and try to figure it out there. So what I can do is go under here and mimic that. And I'll go to something called color dynamics, where I can mimic that. I'm going to say, okay, I want to select a foreground color, which will be maybe this warm color. And then my background color might be kind of this violet color. So I have these two colors that I can toggle between here. And it's very experimental. And then I can do what's called a hue jitter, which means now I'm adding more colors to my paintbrush. I'm introducing more hues that'll be neighbors of these two colors that are
Which
here.
kind of mimics a little bit as best it can the marbling that you create when you
harmonize. Yeah, it's just harmonizing more colors into the thing, so you can see it's starting to marble. And then what I could do is I can space it out and create a little bit more marbling. And if I want even more value texture, I can then just say a brightness jitter, so I can get more differences between light and dark. So by having something like this, let me take the spacing down a little bit. I can start to get some texture, light and dark textures.
Look at that
in the rock.
And it's incredible how it starts giving some bounced light in a form. And I see you do the exact same thing with your gouache paintings.
And it's going to look like nonsense when you put it down, to be honest with you. The first few marks are going to be crazy. Then what I do is I get my my mixer brush, and I'll mess around with that for a little bit as well. Let me see where that is. Try to do this as fast as I can. You never know what you're going to do.
We only have a few more minutes, Mike. So it is great to show this. This is Mike is sharing some really high level stuff for any artists who are watching, whether it's digital or traditional painting. These are some really thoughtful concepts. I think I'm watching here as he's building this, that he was first building shapes. He was distributing shapes in an interesting way. And that's why he kept that mountain at a dark value, so he could quickly discern light from dark, or even mid values, trying to hold it. If I squint, it looks about like a 3 or 4 value painting. But then within that area, by pulling in this, what he's calling a color jitter, which is happening digitally, which is also, you can do marbling, you could do it by broken color, by putting spots of different color paint. It's helping show the light bouncing into that area, which now will give those cliffs light. And why is it different colors? You may think. If we don't mind, Mike, I'm talking so you can paint quickly. I hope you don't mind. But
I don't mind at all. Yes.
The reason for the variation in color, if you think there's rocks or things, every one of those rocks is facing a different plane, which means a different direction. So it will be reflecting. If it's not getting direct light, sunlight, which it's not, it'll be reflecting light from whatever it's bouncing into. So if it's sand, it'll be sand colored. If it's ocean, it'll be ocean colored. If it's if there's a bush nearby and it's green, it will bounce into there. which will help give life into the shadows of our paintings.
That's very well said. And I'm glad you said it, because while I'm painting, it's hard to paint and think at the same time. So I'm glad you were able to sum all that up at the same time.
It is so hard. For anyone who ever watches a demo by anybody, it takes a practice and skill to be able to talk and paint, because imagine giving a lecture and doing math problems, but the lecture isn't on the math problems. You're going to talk about the history of geometry or the history of Euclid or Pythagorean theorem, but you're going to be doing other types of math problems. And I think that's what it is to try to give a demo and to be able to paint at the same time. And Mike is very gifted at that. So we just have a couple more minutes, Mike. So we're going to have to start wrapping up. I know this is not even close to the area that you would probably like to bring it. As we're wrapping up, is there anything you'd like to share about this? And then maybe you could, about your process here and painting, and then maybe I could ask you to follow up with anything you'd like to share with the great people of Maui.
No, yeah. I mean, with something like this, I think it's because it's digital and it's not paint that's ever going to cost you anything at all. You want to experiment with this stuff as much as you possibly can. Like for me, it's always just pixels. And the process is so quick, which means it's painless. It allows you to even photograph your own artwork. Let's say there's something you wanted to experiment with on a real oil painting, but you didn't want to take the risk of messing up that oil painting, which I think you should still always take those risks, right? But if there was something you wanted to do on an oil painting, but you were just worried about what it might do in the end, you could photograph, put it in here in the computer, and experiment with the process here a little bit longer. Or you can just learn from, there's so many ways to learn these platforms. YouTube has so many classes for learning the basics in Photoshop. They're really great for discovering color. Like I've discovered so much about color that I never thought I would ever know. It's opened up my eyes to color and color relationships by learning what I've learned digitally. So it's a really great tool to have, even though it's not something you're going to hang in a gallery. It really does help for improving mark making and color for sure.
Excellent. Thank you, Mike. And I know we have so many people that have given their time so valuably, just like you, Mike, which we really appreciate. Is there anything you'd like to share with the people of Lahaina?
My heart goes out to what you guys have been through, and hopefully, what we're doing here and what John and the rest of the gang are doing can help to bring some kind of relief. All the stories that I'm hearing today are really, really touching. If we could do more, and if I could do more, I would love to do more to help this cause. So thanks, John. Thank you for having me on. I'm looking forward to listening to everybody else's presentation today.
And Mike, thank you. I know that was, as an artist, you certainly want to finish anything you start. If we could put Mike full screen again, if you don't mind. Can we go back? Yeah. So I know this is the first time I've seen you full screen because I've been on. Mike's worked at DreamWorks. I do have to say, he's got Shrek in the background. I know you worked on Shrek. Could you name just a few of the movies that you worked on? It's so exciting.
Yeah. That was kind of my claim to fame, Shrek 4. And then I worked on a whole bunch of spinoffs of Shrek's TV specials, like their holiday specials. I've also worked on some holiday specials for some of the big ones, like How to Train Your Dragon as well. And then I've worked on things like Turbo. Some of the ones that are just not coming to, they're not
Spirit?
coming to the surface.
I know you were, when I was there, you were working on Spirit.
I did work on Spirit. I worked on the original Spirit, and then I worked on the newly remastered version that we did of Spirit. Both feature versions of those I've worked on as well. So I've been there since 99, back in the days when I got there, when they were just finishing up 2D animation, and then we went on to 3D animation from there.
Wow. Well, hey, Mike, I appreciate you donating to the auction. I appreciate your friendship and your care and concern for the people of Maui, and for sharing your talents here today. So I really appreciate you. Thank you, Mike.
Anytime, man. Anything I could do for you, John. Appreciate your friendship as well.
Yep. Okay. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Mike. So our next guest, this is incredible, going 3 in the row for me, because we're going from great artist to great artist to great artist, one after another. I'm going to run out of accolades, but these 3 artists that we've had in a row, and the next one coming up, his name's Larry Moore. And Larry has been a close friend for as long as Ronaldo has been a close friend. He is a great painter. He has one thing that we have talked about, and we're going to talk about today, is he started as an illustrator and then went into fine art. And I've been in restaurants before where I've called him and told him, there is a wall-size painting in a chain restaurant, and it's by you, Larry. I can't believe, is it really you? I saw your name in the corner. Yeah, that's me. And then he'll name the people that I know that posed for him, like he's the chef, he's the whatever in this painting. And now has moved into abstraction. He's written a book on it as well, and also his Intrusion series. So if you could welcome Larry Moore, and we're going to discuss a little bit about reinvention, as Larry has reinvented himself even more times than I have. Welcome, Larry.
John Burton.
Yes.
For anyone who's listening out there, I have to tell you, John Burton is one of my all-time favorite people and a great friend of mine. And I would also include in that list, of course, Ronaldo, who is just, he exudes aloha and love. And I'm so moved by what he's gone through, what the whole community's gone through. And I'm here in very large part because Ronaldo, I do whatever I can do to help out, brother, if you're listening. And, just know I love you.
Awesome. And Larry, you got kicked out of the house again. It looks like you're in a hotel room. Or do you decorate your house to look like a hotel room?
No. This is a new thing for me. I am attempting to sleep in every hotel bed in America. And I was inspired by this movie that Burt Reynolds was in called The Swimmer, and where he swims through all these swimming pools. So I just thought, I'm going to take that idea and just go to every hotel. So here I am. I'm in Maine, and I'm working my way down the coast. That's what I'm doing.
And what are you doing up in Maine? Sorry,
I'm teaching a workshop, just finished today, 5-day workshop, Principles of Abstraction. It was also cool to listen to Mike talk about, by the way, following Mike is a little like walking into a party and realizing that everyone brought a gift but you. like, oh, he's doing a demo? What am I got? I got nothing. I just got words and stupid stories.
That's plenty. That's wonderful. And I mean, we're actually, when you do hit every hotel room in the whole country, we were part of it. So you're giving us that gift.
Yes. And you see my soap collection. It is off the charts.
Amazing. Yeah. So Larry, would you mind talking a little bit about reinvention?
Yeah. It's so funny. I would point to you too, by the way, and I'm going to include you. I'm going to just tell a little John story about reinvention. And John, of course, I met years ago in Carmel and painting events, and just fell in love with the guy. He's just the nicest person on the planet, and is all that is good in the human as a human being. And I was so impressed with him. And he's just a great painter. And after a while, after many years, and maybe the last 5-10 years, he started posting on Instagram these amazing sci-fi spaceship drawings, and he was experimenting. And I was looking at those things, and I'm sure it was maybe part of his master plan. I go, dude, you're going to get picked up for sure. These are so good. And he basically reinvented himself. And the lesson, I think, in that is to take the initiative, and which is what I've done all my life. I started off as a graphic designer, and that I loved as a career, but I really wanted to include my artwork as part of my career. So then I became an illustrator, and then I've discovered the plein air movement, and that was really cool. Like in 2002, and I'd already been painting outside since '84 anyway. And I thought, oh, I'm going to quit my job as an illustrator, which was kind of dying off anyway, and I'm just going to do this other thing. And I did that for 10, 12 years and loved it. But at some point, and through all these transitions, I always get this little feelings like, I don't think this is what I'm supposed to do. And so at some point I realized in the plein air movement, it was great fun. I enjoyed it. It was a challenge. It's like an Olympic sport, you know, to do a painting in 2 hours. And that was fun, but I didn't feel like I was saying anything as an artist personally, you know? So then I said, you know what, I'm just going to do studio work and look for something that is meaningful to me. And that's what I did. And so I started that series that you just showed a little piece of a lot of my work has a tendency to be an expression of some concept that's important to me. And the environment, our relationship with the environment, a man's relationship with the environment, very important to me. And so that became this whole intrusion series of animals in spaces where they didn't belong. And I've done that for about 10 years. But all through that, I started thinking, well, you know, I was a graphic designer. I know design. Why don't I just start painting things without stuff in them and see how that works out? So I started painting abstract and I got pretty reasonably good at it. And I thought, you know, in the middle of all these crazy things all these transitions, someone had said to me a while back after I'd written this little article, they said, you know, you should write a book. And I go, you know what? I do know things that I think a lot of people who learn the basics in painting, they don't know. I know how to solve problems creatively. That was my entire life. And so I wasn't an author. I just had to figure out how to write. Just, you know, if I was going to write a book, I had to figure that one out. And then I had to figure, well, how am I going to write this thing? And the little kernel of connectors between your story and my going all over the place and trying different things is to follow your intuition, just to follow your gut and trust that it will work out. Because if there's anything I hope I convey in my messaging is for everyone to be authentic and not just be like everybody else. You know, there's a tendency for that to happen. A lot of work ends up looking the same. And I think what we all want to see is who are you? What do you want? And so that's just to take the initiative and the risk of trying something that feels scary, you know, and that's what you did. That's what I do on a regular basis, on a daily basis. I'm like, okay, now I'm going to try something new. And I just love it. Couldn't be happier right now.
And you know what's interesting, as you mentioned that the walls, they're artificial walls that we place on ourselves.
Yes.
To try to fit within something.
Yeah.
And it's no different. It's no different from junior high, from high school, from anything. It's really hard to be yourself. Being yourself is more difficult than being some version that you think is more palatable to whatever area group that you are aligning with yourself at that time. Yeah. So it is hard. It's I know for myself, I had a quote. I love this quote. I wish I knew it at the beginning. And this quote, it says, it's by John Shedd. A ship in the harbor is safe, but that's not what ships were made for.
That's right.
Right. We have this. Yeah. Harbor is great. The ship looks fantastic, but you got to get out of the harbor to be what you're made for. And as an artist, we should be pushing it. We should be seeing who we are, which is authentic to us. Right, yeah. Larry? Authentic, not to somebody else. It's not because Larry Moore is, you know, selling abstract paintings for $100 million each, like you are. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that I should go into abstract. It means if it's authentic to me, whatever that is, whatever that world is. And I think I've seen you be so authentic, especially your intrusion series.
Yes.
What Larry's talking about, he paints these scenes that might be an interior and they're beautifully rendered and painterly and gorgeous, and then there'll be an animal, and especially the one that was included in the slide, because some of my favorite ones are the ones with the birds in them, especially the ones that are, you know, mounted stuffed, and then there's a live one. I forget what that one's called, Intruder or something like that.
Oh, it depends. The one, the little sliver, the one you just showed?
I think it's the same one as I showed. Yeah.
That's called Social Circles. So there's
it's a different one then of another one. It's like a pelican that came in. I think that one I shared is toucan. Anyway, go ahead and share about that painting.
Well, I mean, one of the things that I teach in my book is about is working with intent and always starting with an idea. And the idea can be evident to the viewer, or it doesn't have to be evident to the viewer, but it could be a simple concept like, oh, today I'm just going to paint high key, or I'm going to paint left-handed, or use anything but a brush. These are simple ideas that you use to play. And, a lot of teaching is organized around step by step, here you do this first, this next, that, whatever. And that's great if you want to learn someone else's technique, but if you want to learn your own, you got to play and you got to try things and you have to be curious. And so that's been like a big impetus for me to just be ragingly curious about new ways to do things. So that's a kind of intent. And from these risking failure kind of attempts to paint with a mop and a squeegee and 3 shades of yellow, which is John's palette. I stole his palette. He's got
my limited palette. Do you want to share my secret limited palette with the world? Because limited palettes are important, because if you have too many colors on your palette, it gets confusing.
Yeah, it is amazing. And so his limited palette is 3 shades of yellow. And I can't even believe the blues and greens and purples he gets out.
Well, because I use my cad yellow light as my blue.
It's about proportion.
Yellow medium as my red.
Yeah.
And my cad yellow straight as my yellow.
Yeah, and it just depends on how you mix the proportions, right? How you mix them. So it's remarkable, really.
Thank you.
What you can do.
Most of the paintings I do are with that limited palette.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Digitally too, right? Just the yellow palette.
Exactly.
Yeah. This guy's amazing.
So anyway, as you were saying,
not
that you gave away my secret.
Yeah, sorry, I let that slip out. Yeah, we'll talk later.
Yeah, later. I mean, you can talk about your plein air drills. Larry used to have plein air drills where he would just have his class just stare at the sun, right, for a half hour to get.
Yes, yeah, and it really changed their lives substantially. The lawsuits are pending, but anyhow.
Okay, so anyway, back to the artwork. Yeah,
so I learned this as an illustrator. I mean, and as a graphic designer, that to what you had to do, like in that career as a professional visual communicator, I guess, fancy term. We were given tasks. You here's a job, and you need to say this thing and make it compelling, make it interesting. And I was always so enamored with the great illustrators and a lot of the great contemporary illustrators that people are, we think of Howard Pyle and N.C. Wyeth, but I'm talking late 20th century, early 21st century illustrators were not only masterful technicians, they had unique language, unique voice, which takes a long time to find, but they are also brilliant thinkers. And so it's sort of been my task to help people with all three of those things so that they can find their own way, show them a way to find their own path. But core to all of this is always starting with some kind of intent, the overarching intent of what you want to do. Let's say it's landscape painting, that's fine. But, developing a path for yourself to follow that is maybe not what everybody else is doing. And so that means defining, well, I'm going to take a different route. I'm going to use this unusual palette, and I'm going to focus in on the little things and the things that nobody ever notices. And so creating a line of thought in your work so that you can have something different to say than from everyone else.
I love that.
Yeah.
Because it is us. And if we're not going to be authentic or write our own songs, we're artists, right? I think sometimes we forget and we think we're painters, but being a painter and being an artist is to me is a much higher elevation.
Yeah. Being a great technician is half the battle. It's not even, it's like the beginning. It's knowing how to paint obviously takes a lifetime to do it, but it's what you do with that knowledge that separates you from everyone else.
It's like learning an instrument and then being able to be a musician or being able to write your songs.
Exactly. Anyone can learn how to play a guitar. Anyone can actually learn how to paint a still life to some degree of ability. It's what's set. Who do we think of? Who do we remember? It's those people who come at it in some different way or have some invisible methodology, some technique that you can't. How on earth did you do that? And that's what that sparks me. Just when I think I can't see another landscape painting, somebody will come along with a way of doing it, and you're just going, oh damn, That is amazing. So there's always room for a new angle in this process, and I think we all want that. We're still hungry for new ideas.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Larry, I really appreciate your time today and letting us in on your hotel tour of America. And
Yeah, and they're great. This one's super nice. I
Yeah,
actually I made my bed.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, and there's my I just gotta go this way. There's my suitcase and my it's a lovely. That's my favorite color, blue green. Of all the blue greens I've seen in hotels, that's it's a gray blue green, really, if you think about it. But it's my favorite.
Yeah, well, Larry, so thank you very much. Is there anything you'd like to share with the great people of Maui as we?
I hope one of the things about this I want to say real quick is that this is a great example of someone saying it's not up to somebody else to make a difference. It's up to us or up to me. And so taking the initiative of making this thing happen, Kathleen and Heather, and you and all the other people involved in this are making a difference. And the other thing is as all the artists out there, and I realized this a long time ago, I had all these extra paintings lying around, and it used to bug the heck out of me that people would say, hey, would you donate a painting for whatever? And I realized that I've got all these paintings that are pretty good, and I would be happy to get rid of them, that I could convert into currency for good. And so now these online auctions is a great way to raise money for, and you're up to like $250,000 already, and you got 2 more days. The bidding's not stopped. It's going to ramp up tomorrow and the next day. And so anyway, for the people of Maui, I fell in love with you thanks to Ronaldo inviting me to come, and his spirit and all, and I'm here for you. And if you need whatever you need that I can give, I will give. And good for you, all of you guys, for doing this. I'm so proud of all of you and to call you friends.
Awesome. Thank you, Larry. And Larry's painting in the auction is amazing. It is actually of Maui. I recommend you go over there. And this weekend, as much as you guys can, go over to the auction, take a look, buy a painting. As we've mentioned, all the funds go to help the people of Maui. And now, before we send it back over to Eric for the giveaway, I would like to share something I am going to give away, which is if you could draw a name for one of these. Let's see if we can pull it in. You've probably seen this all over the place on social media. Let's see if we can get it in there. So poster for Artists for Lahaina. So if you would add this, please, Eric, to the giveaways, and I'll send it over to Eric.
Terrific, Larry. Thank you so much. Carrie will pull a name and will let us know as soon as we get a name.
Fawn Medesha. Fawn Medesha.
Right.
Outstanding. Okay. So Larry, thank you so much. That was really wonderful. Mike, Ronaldo, really, really heartfelt. Thank you so much. This has really helped us. Ronaldo really helped us understand what's really going on and what people are facing. And I just want to encourage everyone who's watching to reach in. We all have so much, and reach into your pocket, give something, 20 bucks. You can live without 20 bucks, but that could make a huge difference in a lot of lives. There is a donate button up there on your screen. And of course, giving to the auction, what a great opportunity. Now we have some giveaways for you. And thank you guys for hanging in there. We just want to take this as long as it takes and to celebrate Maui. We have a workshop with Don Demers from the Plein Air Painters of America. Don is an incredible painter. We just did an art instruction video with him. We've done a couple now. And he knows how to capture the sea. And you get to join him in New England, speaking of Maine. Maybe you'll get a hotel room like Larry's. And for a workshop next year, and this is valued at $895. So the winner is Terry Haight. Congratulations to Terry Haight. Make sure you type in that you're here and reach out with winner at Streamline Publishing. We'll get right back to you. Now let's bring Kathleen back to introduce our next guest, 2 of the leaders of the Maui Pono Foundation. I think you're muted.
There we go. Sorry about that. So welcome back to Steve, and welcome to Maui Pono board member Joel Navarro. So for those of you who are just joining us, Steve Iverson founded the Maui Pono Foundation right after the Lahaina fire on August 8th. Steve, you were able to share earlier about your experiences on August 8th and how that led you to start the Maui Pono Foundation. So Joel, what prompted you to get involved? Oh, you might be muted too. Oh. Let's see. Oops, I'm sorry. I can't hear anybody. Let's. Hello, hello.
We'll be right back. We're trying to figure out what the audio problem is. And guys might want to check your mute just to make sure. And we'll check. We're checking on our end. It looks like it's unmuted on our end. Maybe it's muted on your end. Give a thumbs up if your mute button is off. It is off. Okay. All right. I'll tell you what. We'll come right back to this. And in the meantime, what we'll do is we'll move on to the next segment. And we'll try to do that if we possibly can and see if we can fix this. I think we have another prize to give away. We do. We have another Realism Live. If you want to attend the 4-day Realism Live, including the Essentials Day, put in the chat box right now that you want to win, and Carrie will pick a winner. It's coming up in November. Carrie, pick a winner.
Mary Frieda.
Mary Frieda. Outstanding. Okay, Mary, congratulations. We're going to see you in November at Realism Live. Okay, and Carrie, what other gifts do we have that we can give away?
We have a couple more of the landscape paint tube bundles, the video bundles with Randy Sexton, Lori Putnam, Dave Santianas, and Kathleen Hudson.
Okay, why don't we give away 2 more of those bundles?
To Catherine Marshall and Josie Varga.
Catherine Marshall, Josie Varga. Terrific. Make sure you say something in the chat and send us a note, winner@streamlinepublishing.com, so that we can make sure you get your prizes. Okay, we're going to see if we got our guests back and see if we can get this going. Thank you, Carrie, for jumping in at the last minute. It's always good when we have problems. That way we can give away more stuff. All right, here we go. Back to Kathleen.
Hi there. I don't think I see Steve in the backstage area, so I'm not sure we can add him in.
Okay, well, they're probably going to come back in. They probably found that they had a problem and signed off or something. Well, what are your thoughts so far, Kathleen? And do we have any idea what the bidding is up to at this particular point?
We do. It is closing in on 270,000.
This is just amazing to think
It
that
is.
10 days ago you had this idea, and here we are at over $250,000 in money raised for Maui. The people watching could change that dramatically. There are thousands of people attending right now. If each one of you just gave $10, to donations. Now, we're not tracking donations today, but if each one of you would just go and hit that donate button and give $10, what a difference you could make. You've heard the stories and how disruptive and frightful this is. There's nothing worse than fire. And having known people who have lost everything in fires, their lives are disrupted for really forever. I mean, they'll go 20 years and realize that they're missing something that they didn't realize that they had lost. And can you imagine, those of you who are artists, can you imagine, you've got a building full of paintings that you've collected your whole life, your friends, the paintings that you've done, all your art materials, all your drawings, everything up in smoke. And so there are so many artists, so many galleries that have been impacted by this. So please give a donation and please make sure you get in there. I actually, I got in there and started bidding because I realized there's some paintings that nobody's bidding on yet that are really good bargains. So you guys need to get in there. Kathleen, tell us again how to get into the auction.
Yes, you can go to artistsforlahaina.com and you'll find links there to all of the auction galleries. There are actually 3 auction galleries. Since we had 1,000 paintings submitted, we knew that we couldn't put all of those on one page. So we set aside 3 separate auction galleries. They're loosely curated, but in general, the more expensive paintings are in the first gallery called Gallery Ekahi. And then there's, sort of, it's based a little bit loosely on price tier so that people can have suggested paintings when they're browsing that fit their budget. But yes, we have over 1,000 works donated by 800 artists, and the total value in the auction is $1 million. So $1 million in art.
Wouldn't that be nice if we could hit that?
It would be amazing. And even if we send half that to Maui, it's a huge, huge boost to be able to give that amount. So I really encourage people to go collect a piece. It's rare that you have an opportunity to collect a painting, by an artist and send 100% of the proceeds to people who desperately need it. I think, those of you who weren't on the stream earlier, I encourage you to go look up the interviews with Ronaldo Macedo. And then, shortly we're going to bring on another artist who lost a significant part of her life in the fire when her studio burned.
Yeah. Okay. We have Steve and Joe back. We're going to bring them back in and see if their mic is working.
All right. Hopefully we got things worked out.
All right.
Great.
We did. All right. Thank you. And then coming up after them, Darcy, thank you for your patience, everyone.
Thank you.
Don't worry. Yes, I was going to ask you, we asked Steve this question earlier, but now that Joel is on screen as well, I'll reintroduce you in case some people are just joining us. So welcome back to Steve and welcome to Maui Pono board member Joel Navarro. For those of you joining us, Steve Iverson founded Maui Pono Foundation right after the fire on August 8th. So Steve was able to share a little bit of his experience that day and how it prompted him to start Maui Pono Foundation. And I wanted to ask Joel, what prompted you to get involved?
So we actually ended up, I was actually not affected directly by the fires, but we were separated by the fires, my family and I. So when I was actually in Honolulu at the time, flying back to Maui, and I was on a plane that was flying right over the fires, probably around 4:30. And so a huge cloud of smoke is basically what I saw from the airplane, and immediately contacted my wife to see if she was anywhere near the fires. And she was actually working to try and get to Lahaina as well, to try and service one of her clients. We made every attempt to try and get to the fires, from both sides of the island, one from the Ma'alai side and the other one from the Kahakaloa side, and to no prevail. And so that evening we were essentially, my wife and I were together, but we were separated from both of our sons, who we knew were safe after initial contacts, but just again separated from one another. And later that evening, Steve and I, already started the process of discussing the fact that, at some point everyone's going to need some assistance. And, the start of a nonprofit nonprofit organization, to help, directly provide funds to people that are going to be in need was something that we were acutely aware of, that at that point that we needed to have a source that could hopefully, get funds quicker than most top-heavy organizations.
Absolutely. And for both of you all, what needs are you finding that you can meet right now on the ground? I know that you're in your phase one of distributing funds that you've raised, and I'd love to share with our audience a little bit about what you're doing.
I'll take that one.
Sure. So we've just completed phase one, and we put about $250,000 out into the community, and we're trying to provide cash grants to as many people as possible, so that we can help them with rent payments and just basic clothing and food and being able to get supplies. We're going to continue with those efforts for at least another 2 rounds, with equal amounts going out into the community. As we continue to build confidence and the ability to sustain more donations, we're going to get more involved into what the community needs, and hopefully make this a long-term effort that sustains for the duration, because this is not something that's going to be solved overnight. It's not going to be done in a month, and I think part of our job is really making sure that the world knows that Lahaina is going to need their support for many months, many years to come. This is going to be a slow process rebuilding, and we're going to continue to find out what role we can play to help as we go forward.
Absolutely. And Joel, I know that your son caught a ride with his teacher out of the fire zone that day, and then his story made national news. When was it that you found out that he was all right?
So we were able to communicate with him 2 days after we were reunited. And he kind of told us the story of how that all transpired, not even then, but more so on the weekend. So the fire was Tuesday. We were reunited with him Thursday, and he didn't even tell us the story until almost that Sunday morning, when we were all actually sitting together for breakfast for the very first time. Mm-hmm. And so, it was I think he was trying to spare us the harrowing story of how he was, he fell asleep in the parking structure, woke up to the smell of smoke, and was desperate to leave Lahaina. And, luckily, and by chance and by good fortune, he ran into his teacher, Jackie Ellis, and, was able to follow her and get some guidance from her, and eventually, hop in her car and escape the fires together.
I'm really thankful that he's okay. That must be a huge relief.
We all are. Yeah. So yes. Not less than a week later, we had to get him to the University of Utah, where he's attending his freshman year. And so we think about while we were there, how different that whole experience could have been if not for the good graces of having Jackie there present for him.
Sure.
Yes, absolutely. Sure. And that's right. So many people were not as lucky that day, and so many lost homes and businesses. And that's why what you're doing is so important. And it's why it's really critical for people like me and everyone else watching the live stream to support your work. So I hope the last several hours in the live stream here have reaffirmed your decision to roll up your sleeves and get to work for your Lahaina neighbors right after the fire. Is there a message that both of you would like to leave people with as we go about our day and try to hold Lahaina in our hearts?
Yeah, I think the most the one I'd like to share with everybody is just how grateful we all are as a community for, honestly, all the love and support that everyone in the world has showered upon our small little community here in our island. It's overwhelming, and it's felt by everyone, across the board, knowing that, we are top of mind, and the compassion that the whole world has had, for us here on Maui has been just spectacular. So thank you so much.
Yeah, I think that support continues to fuel us every day. It keeps us motivated, and we're just super thankful for the awareness that's been created. This event is something that we're just greatly appreciative of, and all the hard work that you guys are doing to help make this happen. The artist community is very important in Lahaina, and it's clearly showing now by your efforts in this event. So we hope to continue creating awareness. We hope to continue getting more people involved, and in making sure that this is something that we are sustaining for as long as it takes until we get to where we need to be, and that's everybody safe again and rebuilding Lahaina.
Absolutely. Lahaina has welcomed artists so consistently and so warmly over the years that I'm sure we will be back. I know Michael Clements has already talked about bringing the plein air event back in 2025. And so I'm looking forward to being part of that if it happens, and visiting the island soon.
I have a quick question.
Oh, sure.
Talk to us about visiting Maui. Are you encouraging people to visit? Or are you encouraging them to stay away?
No, we're encouraging people to visit and just be respectful of the area, especially West Maui area. People are still healing, people are still grieving, but the rest of the island is fully embracing the visitors. Maui is open. West Maui is the one that's just, we're asking to be respectful.
Okay, so that's an important message to send. Thank you very much for that.
Yes, thank you.
It is. And I do encourage everyone watching to go to mauiponofoundation.org and give generously. And even if you can't afford a large amount, if you all give in large numbers, if there are lots of you, then gifts of $20, $50, it will make a material difference on the ground for people in Maui who desperately need it. And Steve and Joel are there. You've heard stories from others today who are there on the ground and who have lost significant parts of their lives, and in some cases lost loved ones. And so I would strongly encourage you to do that right now, to lay aside everything else and devote your resources to supporting people in Maui. So thank you, Joel, for everything you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
All right.
Well, thank you for joining. All right. So our next guest is another person in Maui. Her name is Darice Mikel McGuire, and she is an artist. She showed work at the Village Galleries in Lahaina, along with several of the other artists that we've featured today. And she has also operated a longtime studio and taught out of her studio. Unfortunately, she lost all of that during the fires on August 8th. So when we spoke this week, she noted that her studio contained more than just her inventory. It also held all but one of her mother's paintings, since her mother was an artist as well. So I want to thank you for joining us today, Darice, and I'm so sorry for the loss that you've experienced.
Thank you. Yeah, it's been amazing. Definitely not an experience I ever thought I would be having. But
yes, a few of the artists I've spoken to have already returned to painting in some capacity to try to use that as a way of processing some of the grief that they're carrying. Have you found the time or the inspiration to paint in the past month?
I managed to get one painting done when I was staying over in Kihei at another artist friend who loaned us their house for a month. And but that's all I've been able to do, because we're in a tiny little condo in the Pili, and there's no room here to paint. And I lost all my art supplies. I lost everything. So I've had people donating and sending me brushes and paints and canvases and stuff. But at the moment, I've got that kind of packed away, because there's we're getting our condo ready to sell, and so it's been very difficult not to be able to paint.
Yes, I'm sure it has been. And you also operated a thriving art instruction business at out of your studio, and your husband owned a print shop. So
Yeah.
this was really a center for you all. What was your, what kind of students did you bring in, and what was the role that played?
Well, I had kids as young as 7, and then teenagers. So they were all varying ages between 7 and up to 18. And then they bumped up into the adult classes. I had one group of kids that came from King Kamehameha, the school that burned down in Lahaina, and three young girls, and they were very lively, very excited to be there. And the teenagers went to Maui Prep, the little school up here in Napili, and one of them had been coming to me for 4 years, and she's quite an amazing little artist. And then I had various adults, some of them that came from as far away as Kula and Kihei. They would travel over and take a weekly class with me. I've had lots of visiting people come visiting the islands, finding me and taking classes. So I've been teaching about over 30 years, and here in Lahaina, I've been teaching 11 years. And I also was running the Maui Plein Air Youth Paint Out event. That was my part of being involved in that organization. So I myself and 5 other volunteers put on the youth event where the kids could come out and spend a few hours painting, and then their artwork would get judged. They would get awards, and they would get lunches and snacks, all kinds of stuff. All the art supplies were supplied, and it was a really great way to spend a great day, with family and friends, and learning art and just having a good time.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that whole event was such a gift. For those of you who've been watching the live stream, you're aware of the role that Maui Plein Air played in starting this auction, and in really connecting the mainland arts community closely to a lot of the Maui artists. And those are, it's made for friendships that have, it's almost felt like family for a lot of us. And so that's why we feel so deeply in seeing what you're going through. What are some needs in your community right now that people on the mainland might help with?
Well, like a lot of people are saying, money. I mean, Ronaldo said it really well. There's no housing here. The housing was already an issue. But now with so many people losing their homes and the hotel, or not the hotels, the condos and apartments and all that stuff that burnt down, it's put a huge burden on the housing market. And a lot of people, I've known lots of people who have already left the island because there's no housing. One of them was a very important part of the plein air event this last year, Amanda Palmer. She just left the island. And Rich Kenny, who's another artist who was involved with Village Gallery, he also just left the island. But it's not only because they left because they lost their homes, as well as their jobs, as well as their art galleries. They lost everything, so there was nothing here to hold them here at the moment. I'm sure they'll be back, but and like my husband lost his print shop, and his print shop was not responsible. He was very active in printing artists' artwork. He did their giclée prints, and he's still working on that. He's teamed up with another print company so he has all of their files, so he's able to send the files over to another print company who is now doing the prints for these artists. Mike Carroll is one of them, and Jim Kingwell. And so it's really people what they need. It's housing, homes, a place where they can feel secure again. I mean, nothing here feels secure. I mean, it feels so, and it's broken. I mean, it's very broken.
Yes.
And,
I understand.
you know, and every time we run into somebody else and we hear their story about, you know, how they got out of Lahaina, or, you know, or their significant family member and how they got out of Lahaina, it's heart-wrenching. Everybody's story is different, but it's all so heart-wrenching.
It is. And we opened up today by talking with Kawana Smith, and she described
my neighbor.
Yes, she wanted me to make sure that I referenced the fact that your husband was able to preserve files for all of these artists. Many of those works were possibly lost in the fire, but because he was so scrupulous about bringing home backups of the work that he reproduced in his print shop, he saved a lot of artwork images that might otherwise have been lost.
He's helping a lot of artists right now, helping them be able to have some kind of a income base for their art. So they lost the original artwork, but the prints are there, and he's able to get them their prints they need so they can get them off to their collector base. And so it's been really amazing, you know, seeing the efforts that my husband's making, and you know, and just connecting with Mike and Jim and all the other artists. And I don't know, it's just, it's sad, but it's good. I mean, there's going to be a lot of good coming out of this. There'll be a lot stronger community. There'll be stronger buildings, you know, more fire resistant buildings. Unfortunately, Lahaina was such an old town that the buildings a lot of them were over 100 years old. So they didn't have fire standards or, you know, building codes back when those were built. So going forward, they will definitely be more modernized and have better ability to fight that kind of a situation.
Yes, that is definitely the hope. Is there anything that you would like to share with people on the mainland? Anything you'd like to leave us with?
Just when you come here, come here. I mean, it's a great place to be. There's a lot of beautiful places that are open, and Kihei's open, Wailuku's open, Hana's open. There's lots and lots of places to come. Haleakala is a beautiful place to come and see the sunrise or the sunset. And again, you know, just kind of respect Lahaina area and let people over here on this side, let them heal, and you know, don't try to be a tourist that's going on taking photographs of all the burned areas and stuff. You know, respect that and enjoy the other parts of the island. There's a lot of businesses that are hurting in the other parts of the islands. I talked to Karen Lay, who owns Karen Lay's Gallery up in Kahakaloa. And she just reopened, and she says it's very, very slow. It's worse than during COVID. I mean, nobody's here. She has 2 galleries. One she hasn't opened up yet again. And she says nobody's coming. 95% of her traffic came from the Lahaina side, because going up to Kahakaloa, it's a very scary road. It's a 1-lane road that wraps around a cliff, and it's pretty harrowing going on that road. And so It's terrifying for a lot of people, but she has this beautiful gallery sitting right above a cliff overlooking Kahakaloa village, and nobody's coming. And it's other businesses have closed their doors permanently because they can't keep them open without the tourist dollars. And one company just laid off all of their employees because there's nobody here. So definitely come visit, come and bring your dollars, support the local businesses. Just be very, very respectful for what we're going through.
Absolutely. And for those of you watching, you can also check out Darice's website. She has beautiful paintings, and she also has prints available of her work. So I know that a lot of your inventory was lost, but
all my inventory. Yeah.
Yes. So your print site, is that still something that people can buy from?
Yes. All of my original works are gone. I was in 2 of Lynn Shu's galleries. So both her galleries are gone. But all of my original paintings are gone, but I have prints available on my DariceMikel.com website. And so a lot of them are of Lahaina. And lately the prints have been selling really well. A lot of people remember the scenes because they're all iconic scenes. And so yeah, that's my only one income stream right now. And it's it'll get better. It's just going to take a long time. Lahaina's going to take a long time. People want to say, a couple of years, but in reality, everything has to be redone all the way from the sewers, water, electric, everything. It all has to be rebuilt. And so it's going to take a good 5 to 10 years before Lahaina is back.
Yes. Well, I want to encourage you that we will be there, and I'm sure that lots of artists will be back soon. And I want to encourage folks watching, go visit, be a respectful tourist, as Darice encouraged you. So I really do want to thank you for joining us today, and we really appreciate your taking the time to talk with us.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you.
Darice.
Aloha.
Absolutely. Aloha. So our next guest is going to be Anne-Marie Forsyth, and she is the executive director of the Hui No'eau Art Center in Makawao. The Hui, as it's known, is a treasure in the community, and we can learn a little bit more about it from this video they sent us.
Aside from our actual curriculum and education that we provide for keiki to adults, I would say that this place offers people a place to tap into creativity. I would say beyond your own creativity, you can see other people's artwork, you can see the different examples of the diverse mediums that we offer. The Hui provides a sanctuary for people to make artwork in ways that they don't really have available in a lot of other spaces. Not only the actual equipment that we have and the facilities, but also the community that you get. This place is kind of like a portal of bringing people in and making them feel inclusive.
The Hui offers a very safe haven for people to really feel like they can explore either what they've come with already or really find a place to belong and a place where art community is happening, and it's not a judgmental place, it's not a stuffy place, so it really feels welcoming to be kind of anywhere in the spectrum of art.
A place like the Hui serves as an invaluable kind of piece of bringing arts to the community. They do a great job. Schools, often the art is the first thing to go, so anytime that an organization that is able to work with the community and bring arts, anytime they can do that, it's a great thing.
I really appreciate the Hui for thinking of a way to reach out to our children and families in shelter They've been with us before, during, and after pandemic. They make it so easy. You know, they just call and say, hey, we're gonna be bringing the art kits next week. What day is good? They drop it off. Everything is packaged so nicely. There's instructions. Everything you need to complete the project is there. It brings joy, it brings wonder and excitement. And so for that moment, that hour or two that we spend with the kids in group, to me is so meaningful because we have conversations around that project. Art does that. There's no rules, you know, they don't have to follow the instructions that are provided. They get really creative and they see their project at the end and they're so happy and they're so proud. I think it's important for people to know about the impact the Hui has with families and children, and that by them donating and supporting the Hui, they're part of that change, they're part of that support, encouragement, the light that they provide our families. And I think that's something amazing for people to know that they're a part of.
So you can see from that video what a treasure the Hui Center is. And as wonderful as it is, their impact reaches far beyond the building itself. They are sending artists into hotels and other places where people are finding temporary housing after the Lahaina fire. And they are offering people a place to create and process and heal in the wake of the tragedy they experienced. So the director of the Hui, Anne Marie, and her development director, Aaron O'Keefe, filmed a video for us to share with you about the efforts that they're undertaking directly in response to the Lahaina fire.
Aloha, I'm Anna Marie Forsyth, Executive Director at Hui No'eau Visual Art Center.
And I'm Erin O'Keefe, the Development Director.
We wanted to say mahalo for supporting our community during this time, and our hearts are with all the impacted individuals in Kula and Lahaina. We'd love to share some of our Hui fire relief efforts with you all. Within the first week of when the fires occurred, we went down to Central Maui and the evacuation centers. We brought art kits to start with, and the response was that they were looking for in-person art activities for the children and adults at the evacuation center. So the following day, we went down there with our volunteers and our teaching artists to provide just that, some art relief for all those at the evacuation center. We also were a donation hub here at the Hui, as well as opening our parking lot and our bathroom facilities to those that were displaced. And we have done art booths and art activities, partnering with different nonprofits on the island at different community relief events.
We have a current partnership with Kahale Akeola Homeless Resource Centers. They had a homeless shelter in Wailuku as well as Lahaina. Unfortunately, their Lahaina shelter burnt down in the fires, and so their Wailuku shelter experienced a huge influx of residents from the Lahaina shelter after the fires. We already distribute art kits to the homeless shelter, so it was a really quick response to be able to get into the shelters and give them more art kits and provide now in-person programming 2 days a week to those in the shelters at Wailuku, many of whom were relocated from Lahaina. The programs director at the homeless shelter has shared how incredible the Hui teaching artists have been in sharing the experiences with the children and really becoming part of their lives and the families' lives at the shelter throughout this time.
On one of the first days we were working with everyone, there was a beautiful comment by a child who was participating in our art activities, and just wanted to share. She mentioned and said that this was exactly what she needed right now. And I think that's just really a testament of how important the arts are with mental health and building community and keeping us all connected.
We have a new partnership with Hawaii Technology Academy. They had a school, it's a charter school. They had a school in Kihei, which is on the opposite side of our island. But the educators were from Lahaina, and 2 of them lost their homes and while they were dealing with their own tragedy and trauma, immediately set up a satellite school in Lahaina because all of the schools were closed. So they have about 200 children enrolled currently at their satellite campus in Lahaina, which is tents and donated tables and chairs. They were looking for somebody to provide arts enrichment for their students. So we have filled that critical need. We're sending Hui teaching artists to the school 2 days a week to teach their students. And I believe they're serving K through 5th grade at the moment. Another unique partnership that we have was with the Department of Health and the State Foundation on Culture and the Arts. They teamed up to create a whole agenda of arts activities, from dance programming to visual arts, to poetry and yoga and expressive arts activities for those living in the non-congregate shelters in Lahaina right now, which are currently at hotels. So we are also sending teaching artists 2 days a week to provide art classes for those living in the shelters in Lahaina.
We currently go into 5 Title I elementary schools on the island, and it's a part of our Hui No'eau program, which offers free art lessons for those students who are enrolled in their after-school program. And we anticipate seeing many of the children from the Lahaina side who have newly enrolled into the other schools on the island participating in those free programs that we're offering. We also have previously in this end of last month, beginning of this month, offered a Art with Heart activity open house here at Hui No'eau, which we had roughly 200 to 300 people each day attending this free activity, and we are looking to do that quarterly. Just a beautiful community event surrounded by art.
The homeless shelter, like I mentioned before, has just been really grateful for our outreach efforts, and I think also with the community events that Anne-Marie mentioned, we're realizing an even greater need than we knew of. And so our goal is really to be looking at the long-term recovery and healing of not just those impacted by the fires. Of course, we're sending our teaching artists there as much as possible out to Lahaina, but also the healing of the entire island and making sure that the arts are accessible to everyone who's dealing with a lot of emotions, a lot of trauma, tragedy, sadness, having memories, and trying to uplift the community during this time. Thank you.
Thank you
all
all.
of us at the Hui. We're really, really grateful for everything that the Arts for Lahaina team is doing for our community. And we hope to really, as I said, uplift everyone in the community through the arts, because we know how valuable that can be.
A big thank you to Anne-Marie and Aaron for facilitating this really important work. You heard about artists going right the next day after finding out that people were at shelters, going there the next day with teaching kits, able to connect with children who had just gone through a pretty unimaginable degree of trauma. So I want to emphasize that in addition to helping with direct relief, Maui Pono Foundation is allowing us to set up a designated fund that will support efforts like this and support artists who are professional, working artists who want to stay and be part of the community in West Maui as it heals. So that's something that your donations and your bidding in the auction is going to further. You can be a big part of helping people heal. What we've noticed consistently is that when federal aid is distributed, when aid from large organizations like the Red Cross is distributed, it goes to really important needs, but it's often the physical needs that those larger governments and organization efforts like those tend to fund more immediate physical needs. And it is really, really important, especially when you consider the loss of life and just how traumatizing the fire was for folks in Lahaina. It's really important to think about people healing, mentally and spiritually as well. And art can be a huge part of that. So I want to encourage you all to help us out by bidding on paintings and playing a role in helping people in Lahaina heal. So it is really needed now more than ever. I want to transition into a giveaway because we really appreciate you all watching and being on the stream. So this next giveaway is from a close personal friend of mine. Her name is Susie Baker, and she is the immediate past president of the OPA, the Oil Painters of America. And she is donating a 1.5-hour online critique and mentorship to the cause today. She is a sought after and highly respected instructor, and one of you is lucky to have a chance to study with her one-on-one. And the winner is Roxanne Ellis. Congratulations, Roxanne. You can type "I'm here" in the chat so that we know you're here, and you can email winner@streamlinepublishing.com so that we can get you the details of your prize. So next up, we'll actually hear from Maui Pono advisor Ann Pistillo. So Ann has really close ties to the art community in Lahaina. She just returned from Maui, and she got a chance to talk with Heather Burton Santillanes this week.
Hey everyone, this is Heather Burton, and I'm here with Ann Pistillo. She is a Lahaina resident and artist that is very connected to the arts community in Maui and with the rest of the Maui community. Hi, Ann.
Hi, Heather. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Great. Thanks.
We wanted to ask you a few questions that we think the followers would like to know. What prompted you to join the advisory board for Maui Pono?
Well, when the fire happened, I was actually on the mainland, and we had just come back from a trip abroad, and that night I started hearing about the fire. Pretty much was up all night, watching what was happening. And within the next day or two, we got contacted by someone who knew that Steve was putting together a relief fund for Lahaina. And it was kind of synchronous because the person didn't know that we already knew each other, that Steve and my husband and I knew each other. So, immediately we said, yeah, we'll do what we can. We're not experts in fundraisers and nonprofits, but we have a lot of business expertise. So we were connected at that point while Steve was getting things put together. And we've known Steve for a long time. He's a very caring, giving, driven, passionate person. And we felt like he was gonna be able to do a lot of good with what he was trying to do. And he already had commitments for quite a large sum of money to work with. And shortly after that, I found out that you all, the artists, Kathleen and John, were putting together the art auction. And I started paying attention to what was happening and thought, well, that's a good link between the artists and Maui Pono, and contacted you and Steve and put you together. And I just think it was a great symbiosis of talent to get something done.
I think so too. And I've known Steve for more than a decade. So he is a really solid human being with his heart in all the right places. So
absolutely.
So even before the auction ends and fundraising comes through, you've been involved in efforts to help artists who lost homes and studios obtain supplies. Can you talk to us about that?
Yeah. Well, Kathleen let me know that there was an art supply store on the Big Island, Akamai Art Supply. Joanna is the owner there, and they had contacted the Artists for Lahaina group and wanted to help with supplies or materials and in a donation format. And I thought, well, I know lots of these small groups that I could contact and start putting together a list of people who needed stuff. Well, then as I started to delve deeper into it, I found out that there was also other people doing the same thing. Deb Lynch over in Makawao Taryn Alessandro and Wailuku and the Hui No'eau Art School and Visual Arts Center were working to put together supply kits for both the high school, Lahaina Luna High School, who had lost its facility, and for the artists who had lost their homes. Basically, what I did was connect everybody together so that there was a distribution point, which is Taryn, several people supplying and donating items. Some of us artists who had not lost everything started donating and bringing everything we could. We had extras up to Alessandro, to Taryn Alessandro to distribute. And she's been working on that for the last 3 or 4 weeks, trying to get materials out to the artists. So that's what I was doing during the last few weeks. And I think we've made an impact already with getting materials out. Akamai actually sent out all of the kits for the high school that the Hui could distribute, and I thought that was wonderful.
That's great. So you've lived in Maui and been involved with the art scene for a very long time. You just recently returned from West Maui. Can you tell us a little bit about what you saw and heard there?
Like I said, we weren't on the island when the fire happened, so it was quite disturbing to go back. Mostly it was how raw everything still felt, almost 3.5 weeks after the fire was when I went back. And people are emotionally stressed, they're tired, they're exhausted, they're emotional. And there's still just so much need all the time, and every day it's something different. One day it's diapers, the next day it's shampoo, toothpaste. And just before I left, there was a call out from some friends who for luggage, because people are leaving the island. They don't have the means to stay, and they really don't have the means to leave. So people are coming together to help them go back to families on the mainland and places where they have some stability. And the stability is a big key. We're seeing that. I saw that people who had been in temporary places like the hotels and Airbnbs had already had to move once or twice. So that's really hard on families and people that are displaced. You can't settle in, you can't make anything normal. I saw that people just need to be normal. An example of that is we have neighbors across the street who lost property in Lahaina and whose kids are on a swim team, and the pool that they used to go swim in is gone. They can't go down to the beach near their house to swim because the beach is still closed. It's too close to the fire zone. And we offered them our pool, just come over to our pool and spend the afternoon. So they come over every couple days and go swimming. And it's so nice for somebody to be normal, for kids to play. And I think that's the biggest thing for me, is seeing children be happy and play. That makes a big difference. There's so many stories of loss during the fire. That's what I started hearing more about when I was actually on the ground in Maui. I was in contact with a tile company that we'd worked with before, and one of the guys that did most of the work on our house lost his home in Lahaina, and he had only been in it for 3 days when the house burned.
Wow.
And his wife was at the house with the 2 kids, 2 little boys, and they fled north of town. Our tile guy friend was working south of town, and they were separated, and they couldn't get in touch with each other for 3 days.
Wow.
They didn't know if they were alive or what. So those terror stories that you hear will break your heart, and people are still dealing with that all the time. They don't have homes, they don't have any normalcy. So that's what we're trying to do. We want to help the people get into stable situations where they can work and be families together again. And that's what this is all about, to help those families get right again, you know. And it's a long road, so everything matters. All the donations matter. Anyway, I'm passionate about it, and I hope everybody will look at the paintings and see it as an opportunity to help other people.
Me too. Thanks so much, Anne, for everything you're doing.
You're welcome. I hope to keep on. We're still working hard to get funds to people. So
It's a
thanks
long
for doing
road.
it.
Of course. Yeah. Thanks so much.
So yes, thank you for your efforts, and we look forward to seeing the impact that these funds have for families in Maui. Stay tuned, because next up you'll see a demonstration from artist Amy Erickson. So let's hear more about that from Eric.
First off, what I'd like to just say is whenever I hear these stories, they're just heart-wrenching. And I just feel like I should open my home and let everybody come and live with me. And I know we all feel the same. We can't all do that, but we can give. And if you've got an extra $20, give it if you can. If you can buy a painting, anything you can. Also, when you buy these paintings, you're buying something that's oftentimes preservation of paintings of old Lahaina. And also you're getting masterpieces. So it's a great opportunity for you and something to help you remember this. We shouldn't ever forget this. Amy Erickson is a signature member of the auction sponsor Plein Air Painters of America and the Oil Painters of America and the Laguna Plein Air Association. And she has created a little video on color harmony. And don't miss the ending where she's going to give away a painting to one of you.
Hello, everyone. This is Amy Erickson. Thanks for tuning in to the Artists for Lahaina Art Auction Streamcast. Today is Friday, September 22nd, and I'm in Portland, Oregon. What I'm showing here is a compilation of what was originally a half-hour demo. I've just taken out some of it to make it shorter. This is a demo of a rim lit pear, and rim lighting is one of my favorite lighting phenomena. And at this stage right here, this is at the basic value solution for rim lighting. That the whole object is dark except for its rim. It's filled with reflected light because it's sitting on a lit surface. Its shadow is coming towards us, and the background is in shadow. This is a setup that I did in my driveway. So you can, in the reference photo, you can see the house in shadow in the back. I'm putting a little bit of light in the air behind. That's not light that is descriptive of any form. It's just cloudy atmospheric light. I'm adding bits of color to the edge of where the light and shadow meet. That can help convey brightness. And I've decided to add some phthalo green to my palette because I want the pear to feel, I want it to be a brighter shade of green. Brighter. I want it to be brighter than what I was able to get it to look like with my original ultramarine, Indian yellow, and cad yellow light. So here's a brighter shade of green. It's gorgeous. Now it feels like there's so much more light in the painting. I'm bluing up the shadow a little bit in the background. Partly because my cast shadow in the foreground is quite blue, and also I just like the color harmony of the blue next to the green, but it still has a lot of that warmth from my original purple statement. I've learned a lot about rim lighting from looking at the work of Kim English, who is a phenomenal painter. He does these great paintings of like crowd scenes in tourist locations with rim light on everyone, and they've got hairstyles and handbags and sunglasses and everything going on. But this is, when I teach it in my class, I teach the simplest iteration because all the ingredients are there. I'm really, really grateful that the organizers of Artists for Lahaina set it up so that we could do something. I was just so grateful to have a venue to make a small gesture towards the people of Lahaina. So I was happy to donate this painting too as a giveaway. My heart is with the people who have lost so much. It's a real tragedy, and I'm wishing them I'm wishing them good courage and peace as things progress. There's my painting. I put in the occlusion shadow.
It was nice. Thank you, Amy, and thank you for the good wishes. And we have a winner here. We're going to give it away to David Schroeder. Congratulations. David, make sure to say something in the comments and contact this winner at Streamline Publishing so we can get that out to you. And Amy, thank you so much. If you're watching us on YouTube or social media, you can go over to artstreamathon.com and watch, and that way you can be part of the giveaways. I just want to say something that John and Heather and Kathleen have put together an amazing event. This all came together in a very short period of time. Kathleen just had twins, and she's got 2 other kids, and managing a household and being a painter. And and Heather's managing a family, and John has got a family and a job, and so I don't know how they've all done it. We've only played a small role, so I just want to thank them. I also want to thank, we're not done yet, by the way, but all the people who have been involved in volunteering and helping and in the background and so on. So thank you all. Now let's go back to Kathleen.
Well, thank you so much, Eric. It's been a joy to do this for people. It's been, in a lot of ways, a great outlet to have something to do. And I really appreciate the fact that Larry Moore, who was a guest earlier, did something similar for folks in Florida after Hurricane Michael. And so the pattern was there. So what we did was just expanded the call for art, made it a little easier for people to submit. And then I think the fact that Maui is such a treasure of a place is what did most of the work for us. There were so many people who are compelled to give. So many people love Lahaina. So speaking of, we will have 2 more messages from Maui to share. So the first comes from Lynn Shu, who is a fixture in Lahaina's art scene. She is the owner of the Village Galleries. There were 2 gallery sites, one on Front Street and one on Dickinson Street, very close together in the old historic district, and both were completely destroyed in the fire. She wanted to share a brief message with us.
Aloha, I'm Lynn Shu. I lost Village Galleries in the tragic fire in Lahaina on August 8th. My gallery was established in 1970. My wonderful artists suffered unimaginable losses that horrible day. I wish to sincerely thank Kathleen Hudson and Artists for Lahaina for their loving support and tireless work in this fundraising effort to support Lahaina and Maui's artists and for the rebuilding of our Lahaina. A special thank you to all the wonderful giving artists who have donated masterpieces with open and loving hearts and who have cherished Maui with us. With everybody's help, the art community in Lahaina will blossom again. I thank everyone for their kind donations to this auction. Aloha.
Thank you, Lynn.
I'm Lynn Shu.
Oops, there we go. Thank you, Lynn, and thank you. We feel for you. We have a few more things to give away, but you need to be present in the chat to win. So if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, head over to Art Streamathon to be able to win prizes. Our next giveaway is from the Plein Air Painters of America. It's a 1-year online mentorship with Dave Santiani. Dave is a painter in Colorado who has won the grand prize in the Plein Air Salon at the Plein Air Convention. Most recently won the Artist Choice at the prestigious Quest for the West. He has 2 paintings in the Artist for Lahaina auction. And the winner is Ken Grody. Ken Grody. Thank you, Ken. Congratulations. You're going to get to mentor with Dave, which is going to be very valuable. I should mention that we also produced a fabulous video with Dave at painttube.tv. So congratulations, Ken. Okay, next we have a giveaway from Oil Painters of America. It's a 1.5-hour mentorship with artist Jane Hunt. And the winner is Linda Mabry. Linda, congratulations and thank you. Make sure to reach out and say something in the chat so that we can find you. Okay, now Kathleen has our next guest and another giveaway.
Wonderful. So thank you, Eric, so much. I'm really grateful to be able to present a second audio message from Maui and our last one for the day. So this is from an artist named Macario Pascual. He's lived in Lahaina since he was 5, after his father began working as a laborer on a plantation. His family followed his father there from the Philippines. Macario expressed an interest in painting early and was the Lahaina Art Society's first scholarship recipient as a 12-year-old. The town shaped him and his work reflects that. I got a chance to ask him about Lahaina's significance and the role that he sees artists taking in the future. Today I have the pleasure of interviewing Macario Pascual, who is an artist from Lahaina. He has spent his career capturing the atmosphere and the landscape of Maui beautifully, and also doing paintings of people working the plantations, like his father did as a worker who immigrated from the Philippines. Macario is paying it forward by teaching kids painting lessons for free. I thought it was so compelling to hear what you were doing in teaching young artists. So as someone who began painting while very young in Lahaina, can you tell us about how the community encouraged you to become an artist?
It all started with Cecilia Rodriguez and Steven Sands. When I was 12, they offered me to teach me, paints. And I was about 12, but early 1969, and later that summer I painted and sold with them. And about that time, the Lahaina Art Society was forming, and Cecilia and Steven Sands and Joyce Clark and Okuda all became part of the Lahaina Art Society. Actually, I was part of the beginning of the Lahaina Art Society, but I was only 12 years old. And by the time I was 13, I got a late birthday that year. They gave me a full scholarship, a $300 scholarship. And then I had my lesson with a class with Tadashi Sato, who at the time was highly regarded as an international artist. And he was later on given the title of Living Treasure in the state of Hawaii, which is a very distinctive title.
Yes.
So those were my beginnings, and since then, the Lahaina Art Society have awarded scholarships to seniors who are interested in art. And so, but I'm so proud to be the first and to kind of lead the way. And again, it wouldn't have happened without the help of the community, the village, my village people
yes.
that raised me. And so it's really gratifying to be part of that. And hopefully we can bring that back by rebuilding Lahaina.
Yes. What role do you see artists playing in helping the community heal in the months and years ahead?
Well, I see the artists as having a real positive role in the recovery and healing process of Lahaina. It's important that we rebuild our town to what it was before the fire. The fire not only destroyed our community, but it wiped out our entire history and culture. And as I mentioned earlier, art connects people, and if we can continue to do that as part of our rebuilding, I think it's great. We must do our part, and that is to continue what we do best, to create art that speaks of our love and stories to share as part of the rebuilding. Also to help recover and heal from the devastation. Our contribution and desire to stay will help with the restoration of Lahaina as we know it. A vibrant, thriving town, rich in history, arts, and culture. So, with your support and going forward, I feel we can do that.
Well, that is really encouraging. And you're playing a significant role by teaching the next generation of artists. I am thrilled that you are giving lessons for free. Is there any way that we can help you in teaching young artists?
I think you guys already are helping us by extending your talents and your organizational skills, especially like with this Artists for Lahaina fundraiser, and with those extra support, the funds that we would probably never see, that would really help in restoring some of our buildings, or at least offering a place for us to continue, even without classes. Without buildings, we can have classes. I know that the Camp Third School, where my wife teaches, the whole school is burned down. But
yes.
They're making do with what we have outside of Lahaina, just outside of in the west side. And we're continuing on teaching the young kids so that they have a sense of normalcy. And I think that's what we can do as artists, is to not to wait for the buildings to be built, but to do our small part in offering these opportunities for anyone and everyone.
Well, that's wonderful. It's something that you're able to give to your community right now, and it will mean a lot, I think, for the people that you're blessing with your gifts. We have been showing some of your work on screen as we've been talking, and so you draw a lot of inspiration from the landscape, and I do love the work that you've done featuring people at work in West Maui. So taken together, Macario, your work creates a really vivid picture of Lahaina, especially for those watching who've never been there. So I want to thank you for using your skill to highlight the beauty of this place.
Thanks. I've grown up in a very special place, and I really am grateful to be living here in Maui. I'm a plug to my dad for picking the right island anywhere else. But this is very special for me. So, and I'm glad that it shows that love. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Today I have Yes, Macario's work is absolutely beautiful. I'm sure you noted that when you saw his paintings on screen. I'm really thankful to hear from him and to know what he's doing to give back to his community. So thanks again, Macario, for sharing with us. So our last giveaway is, almost our last giveaway. We have some to redo here. Our near last giveaway is one of my own paintings. It's a gouache painting I did of a ranch in Texas. It is 7 by 7 inches and valued at $525. And the winner is Hazel Schlesinger. Congratulations. And don't forget to type "I'm here" in the chat and email winner@streamlinepublishing.com. And so you could do that to claim your prize.
Okay, so we have to redo one of them because somebody wasn't there. Is that how it works?
That's right.
Okay, well, you guys that are there, how do we do this? I guess we're picking a name right now. I'm watching the screen change as we speak. So again, this is the Susie Baker OPA hour-and-a-half online critique mentorship. And the winner is Kevin Tice. Kevin Tice. Congratulations, Kevin. Make sure you type "I'm here" so we don't have to give it away a third time. I know you're probably there. All right. And let's see. We have another one that we have to redo. Is that right?
That's right. It looks like Amy's painting. No one was here to claim it. So we are going to
Amy's painting of the pair. Well, if nobody claims it, I'll claim it. And the winner will be Karen Schumacher. Karen Schumacher, congratulations. All right. Okay, now let's talk about the auction just briefly.
Let's do.
Okay, so let's see. How's this all work? You've got you could still bid until midnight on Sunday Maui time. Pardon me?
It is 9 p.m. Eastern, so it closes a little earlier. We didn't want to keep the people on the East Coast up too late, and people like bidding at the very last minute.
Yeah.
So we closed it at 9 p.m. Eastern, so it's going to be a little earlier, obviously, in the Pacific time zone and in Hawaii. So.
All right.
Okay. So we'll close it at 9 p.m. Eastern. They're actually not all at 9 p.m. So there are 3 separate auction galleries. So the first gallery is going to close at 9 p.m. on the dot. And then we're going to close the second gallery, Gallery Alua, at 9:05. And then the third gallery at 9:10. And that's just to let people bid on paintings in multiple galleries if they want to. So if they're trying to place bids on one painting in Gallery 2 and one in Gallery 3, they can do that, and be bidding up until the very last second as each of those galleries closes.
All right, I have another question because I saw a couple of things that I just absolutely wanted to get, and I don't want anybody else to get. Is there a buy it now feature?
There is a buy it now feature, but only tonight, because we are having to facilitate that manually. That means we're having to have people place a bid that's 20% over the listed item value. That's not the current bid, that's the listed retail value for each painting. And we are then taking the painting offline, or we're leaving it in the auction visible, but we're taking the bidding offline. And because we have to facilitate that manually, we do not want to be doing that on the last day, just because there will be so many bids going back and forth on Sunday that I know we would end up with a lot of disappointed people if we tried to attempt that on the last day of the auction. So the Buy It Now feature is closing tonight. So if you see a piece and you are willing to pay a premium for it, remember all proceeds are going to Maui. So if you're paying 20% over a gallery price, it's going to a great place. So if you do see a painting that you really like, go ahead and email us about it tonight and place that bid. That's 20% over the item value, and then we can close out the auction so that item will be yours. So that's how we're facilitating Buy It Now.
So I don't want anybody to get overly confident. We have raised, last I looked, over $275,000. And there's $1 million worth of paintings in there. And of course, I don't have any way right now to know how much we've raised in terms of, we don't have a ticker to know how many people have just donated. So you can hit that donate button anytime, but go into that auction and you can wait a minute if you want. But if you make a bid now, you still have a chance that you won't get outbid. And so go ahead and make your bid now. And that's really a great thing to do. Also, we have had some requests. We gave away a poster that, that John Burton created. John had to step away, I guess, and pick up his kids or something. So anyway, we will make those available for a donation. If you want to know more about that, email artistforlahaina@gmail.com. And if you want one of those posters, we'll figure out, I don't know, John will figure it out. He's not going to make the money personally. The money is going to go to the auction. So that'd be really great. Wow, what a day. And Kathleen, I have to give you props and Heather props and John props. And also the team at Streamline, who has been working on this for 10 straight days, to put this much of a show together for almost 5 hours of content in less than 10 days, and to make all the content contacts with all the people and get the recordings. And what people don't know about the behind the scenes is some people like, I don't want to talk, and then I do want to talk. Now I don't want to talk, because this is an emotional experience for people to be able to talk about this. Can you imagine a family where you don't know if your child is gone, or you have no contact with them for 3 days? Can you imagine the worry and the angst that these people have gone through? So let's help these people out. These people need us. We can't rely on the governments to step in and help. There's never going to be enough help. This is a community that has to rebuild. We have art galleries, artists, anything we can do to help the people who are in the arts of all kinds. People need you to visit Maui. They need you to schedule things there, go there. I'm thinking about, I do Fall Color Week in Adirondacks. I'm thinking about a last minute, do one in Maui. If you guys want to do that, send me a note. We'll all sign up. We'll all go to Maui. We'll paint. We just won't go to the parts of Maui that we shouldn't go to, right? But I think that let's all show the power of this arts community. We are a family. We have engaged so many organizations. Maybe we could find that slide to thank all the organizations again that have participated with us: the California Art Club, the Plein Air Painters of America, the Laguna Plein Air Painters, La Papa, Oil Painters of America, the Tucson Art Academy, the American Impressionist Society, and of course, a lot of others as well. So thank you to all of them for participation, and support these people, because they put a lot of work and effort into driving a massive audience for this. There are people watching from all over the world and all over the United States. So thank you for all watching. Kathleen, what are your final thoughts?
My thoughts are certainly to urge people to go check out the auction this weekend, place bids. If you can't be there until Sunday night and you want to be strategic, you can place a max bid. That's where you put in the maximum you'd be willing to pay for a painting, and it will automatically bid for you up until that amount. So you don't have to be there on the dot Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern.
And it's not going to automatically bid that high amount. It's just going to go up in each increment.
It'll go up, yeah, only if someone bids a bid that in increments. So it'll let you pay the minimum that you're willing to pay. But yes, there are lots of ways to get involved too. You don't have to bid on a painting in the auction. As we've said throughout the Streamathon today, you can go to mauiponofoundation.org. and you can donate there. You can donate through a button on our website too. That's artistsforlahaina.com. And you can be a part of Maui's recovery. We really, we heard so many testimonies from people in and near Lahaina today. And I think that, I know I can speak for us, and that we were all moved by them. I know that people watching were moved by these really moving stories from folks on the ground there. And we have an opportunity to help, and I think we have a responsibility to help.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, kudos to you and to John and to Heather for putting this all together. Kudos to the Streamline team who worked on websites and had numerous meetings with you guys, and all I had to do is show up. And so I just can't believe the tremendous amount of work. I assume you're going to want to sleep in tomorrow, but because you have 4 kids, including 2 new babies, you're probably not going to get a chance to sleep in.
Never. I'd love to hear some closing thoughts from John too.
Oh, John's back. All right.
Yes, I'm back.
Good.
Carrie, I see you. Would you like to share something first?
Yes, actually, I do. If I could share something just really quickly. I was just looking at the chat and happened to see that Karen Sharp, it is her birthday today, and she added up the amount of all of the gift cards that she got for her birthday and donated that amount. So thank you, Karen. And thank you. You will also get the planner or the paint tube landscape painting bundle. So thank you.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
And I should also thank Carrie. Carrie has put a tremendous amount of work into this. She said, last night, I said, you're working unbelievably hard on this. And she said, well, I just want it to be so good. This is so important. And so she's had 2 full-time jobs the last 2 weeks. And also thanks to Josh Summers in the video production department and many, many others. So thank you to them. John, final thoughts.
First, I want to thank you, Carrie, for coming on. I believe the woman's name is Karen. So Karen, we have a second poster here. So Karen, for your donation, you'll also get one of these posters as a thank you and as a happy birthday from me. So we really appreciate that. We appreciate everyone who watched today, who will be watching in the future, and anyone who's motivated to help Lahaina. As was mentioned before, these some touching conversations with people and people who really are in need. Also want to thank Eric and Streamline Publishing, everyone, Eric in front of the screen and everyone behind the screen for elevating this today to what it could be. Kathleen and Heather, though Heather and I share the last name, we are not married and we're not siblings, and I hadn't even met her before this event. And when we're on phone calls, I often call her Cuz, because we are cousins somewhere way back, but hadn't met her before this event. Thank you to Kathleen, which is I've mentioned the weight that Kathleen has carried on this. No one will ever know, but this is really, so much of this has landed on her shoulders, Kathleen, and you've handled it so well. And I'm sure Eric mentioned before with if this live video is on for decades, when your 3-month-old twins watch it, know that your mom, especially, twins watch to wait until you have 1 child, so you know how much effort that takes, and then watch it and know your mom had given that time with twin 3-month-olds. So
hey, I have triplets. I could do twins with twins. You get 2 hands and 2 breasts. Triplets,
wow.
You don't get all that.
There you go. Yes. So I want to, and then finish by thanking everyone for coming on. And lastly, I said this at the beginning of the Streamathon is, and this is what's written on the bottom of the poster, and it's written in Hawaiian, is Hawaii has shared its aloha, and aloha once again means hello, and it also means love in Hawaiian. So Hawaii has shared its aloha with the world for years, and this is a great opportunity for all of us to give some of that aloha back. So I just want to thank everyone for being involved. Please buy a painting and put it up on your wall and look at it and think about how much good you've done. So thank you, Eric, thank you, Kathleen, and thank you all for watching and supporting.
Aloha, everyone.
Aloha.
Aloha.
She will rise, she will rise, she will rise again, she will rise, she will rise, she will rise, she will rise again, she will rise, she will rise, she will rise, she will rise again, she will rise from the sand to go behind, from the sand to go behind, from the sand to go behind, from the sand to go behind.